Chapter 1522. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Jianshan's wedding. The various experts who had come to attend the wedding all dispersed, and Flame City gradually returned to its usual peace. However, a small number of people chose not to leave. They remained in the city. In the morning, Huang Luan and Yu Yu helped Jianshan change his clothes in the city lord's estate. Their eyes were filled with sweetness and happiness. Luaner, I'll take you to see some old friends of mine in a bit. Jianshan smiled as he looked at the two girls gently. Yu Yu and Huang Luan nodded at the same time. They said nothing. In their hearts, Jianshan was everything. Kaya sat at a table in an inn within Flame City as she tasted the delicious breakfast on the table. However, it was not difficult to tell that she was in a very bad mood from her frown and displeasure from time to time. Ada and his brothers sat at a table beside Kaya. However, the 4 of them did not try the most delicious breakfast in the entire city. Instead, they glanced at Kaya from time to time with some doubt and confusion on their faces. This was because the 4 of them had discovered that whenever they were a certain distance away from Kaya, killing intent would appear from the depths of their hearts. This killing intent was extremely strange. It was difficult for them to control at times, as if it wanted to rush out of their bodies and appear in the outside world. The 4 of them could not figure out the reason. Kaya's frown deepened. She could sense the vague threat from the 4 brothers become even more intense. If it were not for the fact that all fighting was forbidden in Flame City, and if it were not for the fact that she knew she was not the opponent of the 4 brothers, she probably would have attacked the 4 of them. Kaya glanced at the little beast on her shoulder and immediately calmed down. She understood that even if she was not their opponent, there was no holy emperor in the world that could harm her as long as the little beast was present. Even holy emperors at great perfection would not be able to do so. The 4 brothers had clearly not become holy emperors yet. To be able to meet a few old friends here, I'm really overjoyed. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang out from the entrance of the inn. Jianshan walked in white robes. To no surprise, Yu Yu and Huang Luan followed behind him. Aside from the 4 brothers and Kaya, there were many other people in the inn as well. As soon as Jianshan stepped in, everyone except the 4 brothers and Kaya stood up at the same time. They all bowed towards Jianshan politely. The 4 brothers and Kaya looked at Jianshan as well. Unlike the other people in the inn, the 5 of them did not bow towards Jianshan. When they saw Jianshan's familiar face, they could not help but think about when they first met Jianshan in the Sea Realm. They immediately experienced mixed feelings. In particular, the 4 brothers had met Jianshan in the Divine Realm for the first time. Back then, the 4 of them had almost come into conflict with Jianshan. At that time, the 4 of them could clearly sense that even if Jianshan was more powerful than them, there was a limit to it. However, Jianshan's status had changed so drastically that the 4 brothers felt like they were dreaming. This was because Jianshan, who was around the same strength as them back then, had already become a sovereign of the human race. He had even surpassed the Holy Emperor and become an Origin Realm expert. Jianshan smiled and clasped his fist towards the people in the inn in a friendly manner. Afterward, he directly made his way to Kaya's table and sat down. However, he stared at the small beast on Kaya's shoulder as a strange light appeared in his eyes. When I went to the Kalar tribe in the past, I discovered that everything had changed. I was originally worried that something bad had happened to you, but looking at it now, not only are you fine, you've even obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Jianshan stared at Kaya deeply before glancing at the small beast on her shoulder from time to time. He sighed inside. He recognized the small beast. It was the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast he had encountered in the depths of the Divine Realm. It was a true divine beast with tremendous potential. Originally, he planned on subduing it when he was strong enough, but it seemed like Kaya had already taken it away. As Jianshan stared at the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast, it opened its eyes as well. When it discovered Jianshan, it immediately stood up from Kaya's shoulder. It shone with red, orange, and yellow light as it glared at Jianchen with its sharp eyes. Xiao Lu, don't be rude. Kea gently pressed a finger against the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast and gently called out. It immediately quieted down before faintly smiling at Jianchen. Warrior Jianchen, Xiao Lu doesn't know any better. Please don't take offense. Jianchen chuckled as he stared at the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. He sighed. It's been so long, yet this little thing still remembers me. How rare. Jianchen explained when he saw Kea's confusion. When I ventured into the depths of the divine realm, I met this little thing from afar. It's a divine beast called the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. It's still in its infancy. I originally wanted to subdue it, but I lacked the strength, so I could only give up helplessly. I'm very curious about how you managed to subdue it, Kea. A sliver of surprise appeared in Kea's eyes when he heard that. He glanced at the little beast on his shoulder and said, Back then, I was hunted down by my enemies and had nowhere to run, so I could only take the risk and venture into the depths of the divine realm. I met Xiao Lu in the depths of the divine realm. After it saw me, it took the initiative to follow me. Xiao Lu is very obedient and well-behaved. What? The seven-colored heaven-devouring beast followed you of its own accord? Jianchen was stunned. He was extremely surprised. He knew that the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast was not a divine beast as the people of this world understood it to be. If the divine beasts of this world were placed in the immortals' world, they would only be regular immortal beasts. However, the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast was a true divine beast. Its strength was beyond what the people of this world could imagine. However, a true divine beast like that was actually willing to follow by Kea's side, and it seemed to obey Kea's every command. Jianchen was very confused. Yeah, Warrior Jianchen, is there something wrong? And it's all because of Xiao Lu that my strength has increased so quickly. Xiao Lu gave me some nectar to drink, which is why my strength has soared over the years, Kea said. I see. Jianchen understood. No wonder Kea's strength had increased so drastically in less than 20 years, going from Saint Ruler to the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. His rate of improvement was shocking. After all, Kea did not possess a heavenly resource like the Saint's Fruit, which was extremely precious even in the immortals' world. However, what surprised Jianchen was that the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast was actually willing to follow by Kea's side. This allowed him to indirectly understand how extraordinary Kea was. After all, the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast was a true divine beast. It would never follow an ordinary person for no reason, and it seemed to be so obedient to Kea. Jianchen then looked at the four brothers and exchanged some pleasantries with them. Although he did not have deep feelings for the four brothers, they had once fought together in the depths of the divine realm after all. At the same time, the four of them practiced cultivation methods that were related to the nirvanic immortal exalt of the immortals world, so they were basically on the same side. In the past few years, the four brothers' strength had increased at an extremely rapid rate as well. They had all become experts at the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor now. Afterwards, Jianchen invited Kea and the four brothers to the city lord's estate as guests. They chatted casually before changing the topic to the world of Forsaken Saint. The four brothers and Kea only knew a little about the world of Forsaken Saint. They did not know much about it. Jianchen obviously did not hide anything. He told Kea and the four brothers everything he knew. The four brothers and Kea became extremely stern when they learned about the true strength of the world of Forsaken Saint. I never thought that the world of Forsaken Saints would be so terrifying. Just the number of holy emperors is so great. This is basically a battlefield for the holy emperors. If the holy emperor takes part, he'll definitely be doomed. It's laughable that the four of us even planned on using the blood of the foreign experts to test our sword formation, Ada said with a sunken face, but he did not feel any fear at all. Brother, if the four of us split up, we'll definitely be doomed against the Holy Emperor, but if we form a sword formation, Even the Holy Emperor won't be unkillable, a heir said confidently. His battle prowess was high. Chapter 1523. Jianshan's interest was piqued when he heard San mention flying swords. He asked, "Can I take a look at the flying swords you forged?" When he had met the four brothers in the depths of the divine realm, Jianshan had discovered that their weapons were rather similar to his azulate swords. They were all forged from materials, unlike the saint weapons of the fighters on the Tian Yuan continent, which were all condensed from saint force. It was not that there were no metal-like weapons refined from various materials on the Tian Yuan continent, but they were all tools for farming or temporarily used by people who had yet to condense a saint weapon. No cultivator who had condensed a saint weapon would ever use such a weapon. Ada and his three brothers were the only experts Jianshan had seen who used weapons like this out of all the experts he had seen so far. Ada and the other three didn't hesitate. They all took out their iron swords and extended their right palms. Immediately, a small sword the size of a finger appeared out of thin air, floating an inch above the palm. However, in the next moment, these four small swords that looked like toothpicks rapidly grew in size, becoming 4 feet long swords in an instant. Jianshan's eyes shone with interest as he stared at the swords in the four brothers' hands. He could feel the powerful sword chi radiating from the swords. Although the four swords looked exactly the same as the ones he had seen in the divine realm before, their strength was on a completely different level. Clearly, the four swords had become much more powerful after being refined by the four brothers. Jianshan could vaguely see the shadows of the four swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt on the four brothers' swords. The four swords were similar to the Sword of Mortality, the Sword of Reincarnation, the Sword of Slaughter, and the Sword of Slaying. They were only in rough form right now, so they were less than a tenth similar. "They're becoming more and more similar to my azulate swords," Jianshan thought. The swords were not similar to the azulate swords in terms of appearance. Instead, they were similar in nature and cultivation systems. He could see other sword cultivators aside from the Spirit King from the four swords. The Spirit King's swords were not condensed from energy either. Instead, they were forged from various materials, just like the azulate swords and the four brothers' swords. "Do you know the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt?" Jianshan stared at the four brothers with mixed feelings. He knew that they were on the same path. They had all obtained legacies from the Immortals' world. In the future, if they did not die, they would all return to the Immortals' world. At the same time, Jianshan also understood that he could become enemies with anyone here, but he could not become enemies with the four brothers. One of them had obtained a portion of the legacy of the old master of the azulate swords, while the other had obtained a portion of the legacy of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. In the Immortals' world, the old master of the swords and the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt were both Grand Exalt. They were the only two sword gods in the Immortals' world, so they had a close relationship with each other. "We know about the Nirvanic sword formation, but we don't know about the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt," said Ada. Jianshan sighed gently. The four brothers had obtained a portion of the legacy of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, but they did not know who the master of the legacy was. Jianshan felt pity for the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt because of this. However, he did not plan on telling the four of them about the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. He wanted to tell them about the Immortals' world after they all entered the Saints' world. In the end, Jianshan left Flame City with the four brothers and Kea. He made his way to the abandoned tungsten alloy mine nearby. He stopped in the depths of the mountain range and handed out 5 fifth-grade violet cloud peaches to the 5 of them with a wave of his hand. Afterwards, he personally boiled 5 fifth-grade comprehension tea leaves with the violet cloud peaches from the springs of life of the highest quality. He said, "These violet cloud peaches can allow you to break through to the level of Holy Emperor. Once I've boiled the tea leaves, you can consume them together with the violet cloud peaches." Jianshan was not stingy at all to the four brothers and Kea. He directly took out the best violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea leaf. Even though he seemed like he did not care, he still felt pained inside because he only had 25th grade violet cloud peaches in his space ring. He only had a small portion of 4th grade violet cloud peaches or below left. He only had 18 5th grade comprehension tea leaves left as well. A while later, Jianchen finished boiling the comprehension tea. He split it between the 5 brothers and Kea. After receiving the tea, the 4 brothers followed Jianchen's instructions and consumed the tea along with the violet cloud peaches. As soon as the violet cloud peaches reached their stomachs, they turned into tremendous energy that filled their bodies. At the same time, the energy rapidly increased as the violet cloud peaches were digested. If it were not for the fact that the energy was extremely gentle, probably even a De and Kea would not have been able to withstand it. The 4 brothers and Kea's expressions changed slightly. Without any hesitation, the 5 of them immediately sat down and began to absorb the energy in their bodies as hard as they could to cultivate. Jianchen did not leave. Instead, he sat before the 5 of them with his eyes closed, protecting them. However, Jianchen opened his eyes very soon. He stared at Ada and Kea with interest as surprise filled his face. He had given many people violet cloud peaches in the past, but aside from him, no one else had been able to absorb all the energy in the peach. In the end, more than half of the energy would disperse from their bodies and be absorbed into the surroundings. However, not a single strand of energy had leaked out from the 4 brothers and Kea. Are they like him, absorbing all the energy in the violet cloud peaches without wasting a single strand? Jianchen thought. He found it rather unbelievable. He could absorb all the energy in the violet cloud peaches because he cultivated the chaotic body, so what did the 4 brothers and Kea rely on to absorb all the energy in the violet cloud peaches? At this moment, a buzzing sound rang out. The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast that had been sleeping on Kea's shoulder flapped its wings and arrived before Jianchen. It looked at Jianchen in a fawning manner. Its eyes were filled with desire. Jianchen laughed involuntarily when he saw how the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast was behaving. He said, "You little thing, you were hostile towards me in the inn earlier, and now you want something from me." Jianchen shook his head with a smile. He took out a 5th grade violet cloud peach from his space ring and tossed it to the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast. Chapter 15:24. The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast's beady eyes immediately lit up when it saw the violet cloud peach. It was filled with joy and excitement. It produced a joyful neigh and immediately flew over to Jianchen. It used its 2 front legs to carefully take the violet cloud peach, which was no smaller than its body, from Jianchen's hand. The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast did not eat the peach immediately. It smelled the faint fragrance of the peach first and became intoxicated. Its body began to swell at a visible rate, going from the size of a fist to a meter-long soaring ant in the blink of an eye. Although it was a soaring ant, the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast was very different from regular soaring ant. It seemed like an ant, but at a closer glance, it possessed many minute features that were not something a soaring ant could possess. At the same time, red, orange, and yellow light flickered on its body. The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth and sucked in the violet cloud peach. Afterward, it shrank back to the size of a fist. It glanced at Jianchen secretly with its beady eyes before lying down near Jianchen. It closed its eyes and began to absorb the energy from the peach. A day later, the 4 brothers all broke through to Holy Emperor. They gave off a tremendous pressure that enveloped the entire mountain range, but the 4 brothers still did not wake up. They had yet to completely absorb the energy from the peach, so they continued to cultivate. They could basically feel their strength increasing with every passing second. However, there were no 9-colored clouds in the sky when the 4 brothers reached Holy Emperor, so their breakthroughs seemed extremely peaceful. It was different from everyone else. Jianchen was not surprised by this. Everything was within his expectations. Afterward, he looked at Kea. Kea had reached great perfection of Holy Emperor and was about to break through to Holy Emperor. 2 hours later, Kea successfully broke through to Holy Emperor as well. However, the moment she broke through, Jianshan's eyes narrowed. He raised his head and saw that the blue sky was quickly enveloped by 9 colored clouds that enveloped the entire Tian-Yuan continent. The 9 colored clouds enveloped the entire Tian-Yuan continent. At this moment, the 9 colored clouds could be seen anywhere on the Tian-Yuan continent. The appearance of the 9 colored clouds would have been enough to shake up the entire continent in the past. All the peak experts of the continent would have come to take a look as soon as possible, but now, no one came to check on who had broken through to Holy Emperor. This was because whether it was the Tian-Yuan continent, the Beast God continent, the Sea Realm, or the Wasteland continent of the 100 races, they had all received Jianshan's kindness. They did not lack Holy Emperor experts. Every single race possessed several dozen Holy Emperors at the very least. Whether it was Kea or the 4 brothers, they did the same as Jianshan. They did not waste any of the energy from the immortal peaches. They had completely absorbed the energy from the immortal peaches, so they had only used 1/10 of the energy to break through to Holy Emperor. According to Jianshan's estimations, it would take the 5 of them at least a few days to completely absorb the energy from the immortal peaches. However, to Jianshan's surprise, Kea woke up on the 2nd day after breaking through to Holy Emperor. She had completely absorbed the energy from the immortal peaches without wasting any of it. However, what perplexed Jianshan was that Kea's strength had remained at the first heavenly layer of Holy Emperor. It was as if her strength had not increased at all after breaking through to Holy Emperor. On the other hand, the 4 brothers had all reached the 3rd heavenly layer of Holy Emperor. Dense energy from the immortal peaches still permeated their bodies. Kea opened her eyes. They were also filled with doubt. She murmured, "Strange. After breaking through, the remaining 90% of the energy in my body all surged into my soul. I don't know where it went." A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes when he heard that. He stared at Kea deeply before sinking into his thoughts. Kea was also perplexed as to why such a strange thing had happened to her. She stood up and made her way to Jianshan's side. She said gratefully, "Jianshan, Kea is unable to repay your kindness. Kea will remember it forever. If Kea has the ability in the future, she will definitely repay you 1,000 times over." Jianshan frowned when he heard that. He glanced at Kea and said with displeasure, "Kea, I, Jianshan, treat you as a friend. Are you treating me like a stranger by saying that?" Kea smiled apologetically and said sternly, "Warrior Jianshan, you are Kea's best friend." Kea's heart was filled with sorrow as she said that, as well as some loneliness. Ever since the Kaler tribe had been destroyed, she no longer had any relatives in the world. She did not even have any friends because she had very few friends back in the Kaler tribe. Now, Jianshan had become her only friend in the world. Jianshan could clearly sense Kea's faint sorrow. He sighed inside and said, "Kea, why don't you stay in Flame City in the future?" Kea hesitated for a while before nodding in agreement to Jianshan's suggestion in the end. She said, "Warrior Jianshan, I don't feel comfortable staying with the 4 of them. I'll be returning to Flame City first." Jianshan nodded. He did not plan on returning to Flame City right now. He wanted to watch over the 4 brothers in case anything happened. Kea left with the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast that was curled up on the ground, absorbing the energy from the immortal peaches. He returned to Flame City alone. Jianshan continued to watch over the 4 brothers for several days. Finally, the 4 of them woke up. They had completely absorbed the energy from the immortal peaches, allowing them to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor level and reach the 9th heavenly layer. They had become the strongest experts below the Origin Realm aside from Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Gui Haidao. With our current strength, even if we can't kill Origin Realm experts in a sword formation, trapping them is not difficult, Ada murmured. Ada murmured. The 4 of them were filled with joy from the great increase in their strength. It also gave them great confidence. Now, their strength was enough for them to take part in the war against the world of forsaken saints. Jianchen congratulated the four brothers first before continuing. Kea is my friend. A da, a air, a san, a si, I hope you don't become enemies with Kea. Chapter 1525. The four brothers did the same as Kea. They did not choose to leave. Instead, they remained in Flame City, waiting for the world of forsaken saints to arrive. Although Flame City had far surpassed the 7 capital cities of the Tian-Yuan continent in terms of both fame and strength, it was nowhere close to the 7 capital cities in terms of scale. It did not even possess a tenth of the prestige of the 7 capital cities, so it was unavoidable for the four brothers to come across Kea in Flame City. The four brothers had no grievances with Kea, and they had Jianchen's orders as well, so they were unable to become enemies with Kea no matter what. However, every time they saw Kea, intense killing intent would rise up in their hearts. They were unable to control it, which confused the four brothers. They had no idea why they would react like this. As a result, the four brothers did their best to maintain their distance from Kea during their time in Flame City, preventing them from coming into close contact with Kea. At the same time, Kea knew that the four brothers were acquainted with Jianchen, so she kept her distance from them as well. At the same time, the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast that had followed her of its own accord had broken through as well, reaching Class 9. As a result, even though she was far weaker than the four brothers, Kea, who was only at the first heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, did not fear the four brothers who had all reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. This was because Kea was extremely confident. Even if the four brothers were at the peak of the Holy Emperor level, or even slightly more powerful than Xiao Lu, they would not be Xiao Lu's opponent if they fought. Flame City returned to its peaceful state, and the Tian-Yuan continent gradually returned to normal. The weaker cultivators continued with their daily lives, while the stronger experts nervously prepared for battle. None of the information regarding the world of forsaken saints' strength had been completely leaked, just in case the entire continent fell into a panic. Only the experts who had the right to participate in the battle against the world of forsaken saints knew more. As a result, the weaker cultivators on the Tian-Yuan continent all believed that their world was indeed threatened by the world of forsaken saints, but they were not invincible. This was because not only were there many holy emperors in their world, but there were also several sovereigns who had surpassed the holy emperor. In terms of strength, they were no weaker than in ancient times. On the 7th day of Jianchen's wedding, Jianchen's uncle, Bai Dao, suddenly returned. He appeared in Flame City. Bai Dao had obtained the fortune of Venerable Poison's word in the past, inheriting his cultivation method and comprehension of the mysteries of the world. He had spent all these years alone, hiding in the mountains and forests to cultivate in seclusion. He did not pay attention to the matters of the world, and only recently did he complete his cultivation. He had completely inherited everything of Venerable Poison's word and emerged from seclusion. No one was happier than Bai Yuntian with Bai Dao's return. Tears of joy streamed down her face. The two of them had fled from the ruins of the Bai family in the past, relying on each other along the way. They had traveled far away and experienced countless hardships before finally settling down in the kingdom of Jessen. It had been extremely difficult, so they had already established an unforgettable sibling bond. The ancestor of the Bai family, Bai Hai, also emerged from seclusion. Bai Hai's feelings were extremely mixed as he looked at Bai Yuntian and Bai Dao. In the past, the Bai family was glorious. Although they were not a peak clan, they possessed the strength of a hermit clan. They had an abundance of people and were able to intimidate an entire region, but now they only had 2 children, Bai Yuntian and Bai Dao. Afterward, Bai Dao gradually understood what had happened on the Tian-Yuan continent while he was in seclusion. When he learned that his nephew, Jianchen, had actually achieved such glorious feats, he immediately sighed in amazement. He felt like it was all a dream. It was just too unreal. Jianshan obviously wanted to assist his uncle as much as he could. He took out a 5th-grade violet cloud peach and comprehension tea leaf to increase Bai Dao's strength, allowing him to become a Saint Emperor successfully. However, Bai Dao had only absorbed a small portion of the energy within the peach. He had wasted most of it, so his increase in strength was nowhere near as great as the 4 of them. Before long, Yu Yu and Huang Luan entered seclusion once again. They had received a gift from Changyang Mingyue. They were 2 thumb-sized, 10,000-year-old ice souls. Changyang Mingyue had secretly kept them behind the back of Yu Yu and Huang Luan's backs when she was cultivating. Afterwards, Jianshan stayed in Flame City for a few days before bidding farewell to everyone. He went to Three Saint Island alone. When he set foot on Three Saint Island, Shangguan Mu had already returned from the Tian Yuan continent. Jianshan had no idea how Shangguan Mu had dealt with her relationship with Hao Wu and Czar Kaiyun after he left Hao Wu's residence. However, when he saw Shangguan Mu now, he could clearly sense that she had changed slightly. The change was like a metamorphosis of her soul. Moreover, what surprised Jianshan even more was that he could vaguely sense that Shangguan Mu's strength seemed to have increased during this period of time. From then on, Jianshan settled down on Three Saint Island. He lived a leisurely life. Aside from spending some time teaching Xiao Bao cultivation and training him in battle, he would be like the fishermen on Three Saint Island from time to time, going out to sea to fish. In the following period of time, Jianshan planned on accompanying Xiao Bao and Shangguan Mu until the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints began. There was no longer anything for him to do on the Tian Yuan continent. Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian were in charge of everything. The 3 of them had lived for a very long time. Aside from being weaker than Jianshan, they surpassed Jianshan in terms of experience in all aspects. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan had already spent 3 months of peace on Three Saint Island. These 3 months were the most relaxed, most comfortable, and happiest days Jianshan had had in the past few decades since he had set foot on the Tian Yuan continent. There was no deception, no battle to the death, and there was no need for him to work hard for survival like before. He had to be careful at all times. During these 3 months, Jianshan had also refined the crystal fragment that contained the comprehension of the laws of the sword he had obtained from the Anata Tower. He had benefited a lot, and his comprehension of the laws of the sword had reached the partial achievement of sword origin. Although his personal strength had not increased, his battle prowess had increased by a lot. The azulate swords had been further refined by Jianshan as well, becoming the life-bound flying swords that he cultivated with his life. He could store them in his dantian. However, the sword spirits of the twin swords were currently in a weakened state. They needed to absorb the supreme yin force and supreme yang force in the surroundings to slowly recover, so Jianshan could only carry the twin swords on his back helplessly. On this day, the space in the pitch-black, bottomless chasm in the ruins of Mercenary City pulsed violently all year round. It was extremely unstable, and chaotic streams of space would surge out from time to time, shooting into the sky before disappearing into outer space in the end. This was the tunnel between the Tian Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saint. However, at this moment, the spatial ripples seemed to have suddenly become a little more violent. Within the spatial tunnel, violent spatial turbulence surged out from time to time. At the end of the tunnel, one could even vaguely see a blurry figure approaching. At the same time, Jianshan suddenly opened his eyes as he sat on the peak of Three Saint Island. His indifferent gaze sharpened in a single moment, like 2 unsheathed swords. He stared in the direction of the Tian Yuan continent. Chapter 1526. Shangguan Mu silently appeared beside Jianshan. Her purple clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. Her indescribably beautiful face did not seem to belong to the human world, but to a goddess from the 9 heavens. She stood there with the zither of the demonic cry in her arms. Her eyes were cold as she sternly stared in the direction of the Tian-Yuan continent. At the same time, the golden-skinned Tai Ta sat on the only throne in the War God Hall on the Wasteland continent. He shone with a faint golden light, which intertwined with the light from the War God Hall. As a result, Tai Ta seemed to have fused with the War God Hall. Tai Ta was not the only person in the War God Hall. There were over 30 experts of the 100 races cultivating below his throne. Strands of powerful presences radiated from them unconsciously. They were all Holy Emperor. In the past decade or so, another person from the 100 races broke through and became a Holy Emperor. At this moment, Tai Ta's expression changed. He slowly opened his eyes and stared in the direction of the Tian-Yuan continent. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, reaching Mercenary City several million kilometers away. He could clearly see what was happening in the tunnel. Tai Ta stood up from his throne and sternly said, "The people from the world of Forsaken Saints have come. Everyone, come with me to the Tian-Yuan continent. We need to stop the people from the world of Forsaken Saints from setting foot in our world." Tai Ta's voice rang out from the War God Hall. It formed a visible sound wave that expanded across the wasteland continent with lightning speed. In just a few seconds, Tai Ta's words reverberated through the entire continent. The several dozen holy emperors in the War God Hall stood up at the same time. Without any hesitation, they immediately left the wasteland continent through Space Gate. At the same time, many space gates appeared in various places on the wasteland continent. These space gates had been constructed by the Holy Emperor, and there were various numbers of saint rulers waiting near each space gate. When Tai Ta's voice rang through the entire continent, all the saint rulers hurried to the Tian-Yuan continent through the space gate. In a desolate mountain in the sea realm, a hazy figure shrouded in a layer of blue light sat on a rock. Suddenly, the hazy figure snapped open her eyes. 2 bolts of lightning flashed through her eyes, shooting towards the space before her. It actually caused the space to ripple. Just her gaze possessed extremely great offensive power. The world of Forsaken Saints has already invaded. All the experts of the Poseidon Hall, the Serpent God Hall, and the Heaven's Spirit Hall immediately head to the Tian-Yuan continent. The hazy woman spoke softly. Although she sat in a barren mountain extremely far away from the 3 divine halls, her dignified voice was transmitted to the 3 divine halls at the same time. Basically, all the experts in the sea realm had gathered in the 3 halls. The moment the woman's dignified voice rang out, the hall masters of the 3 halls ordered all the experts to hurry to the Tian-Yuan continent. Although the sea realm was several tens of millions of kilometers away from the Tian-Yuan continent, the distance was only a single step before Space Gate. In Lore City in the Kingdom of Jessen on the Tian-Yuan continent, a white-clothed girl who seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old led a child in golden clothes through the streets of the city. They looked around along the way as if they were extremely curious about everything. "Sister Xiaoling, is this where brother grew up? But why doesn't it look as good as Flame City?" the boy asked. Just when Xiaoling was about to say something, her face suddenly changed. She suddenly turned her head in the direction of Mercenary City, and shock immediately appeared on her cute, childish face. Her eyes were filled with panic as she hurriedly said, "Oh no, those baddies have come again. Brother Xiaojin, let's go to Mercenary City immediately. We have to stop those baddies." Xiaojin also stared at Mercenary City and nodded seriously. His gaze sharpened at that moment and became filled with a powerful desire for battle. He showed no fear at all. The next moment, Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling silently vanished from Lore City. Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian also sensed the arrival of the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. They led the experts of the 4 races, who were still practicing formations to Mercenary City through Space Gate. On the Beast God continent, the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, Sangqiong, also received Jianshan's message. With his order, the Beast God Hall immediately flickered with people. All the experts who were still cultivating in the Beast God Hall emerged from seclusion and left through space gates with basically all the magical beasts above Class 7 on the continent. Rum Guinness stood on the 98th floor of the Beast God Hall as she watched the experts leave. Her face was filled with worry. She did not go to the Tian Yuan continent with Sangqiong. She wanted to remain by her child's side until he completed the Beast God's legacy. Jianchen, Shangguan Mu'er Poseidon, Taita, Shao Jin, Shao Ling, Gui Haidao, Feng Xiaotian, Yang Lai, and so on hovered above the ruins of Mercenary City. They all sternly stared at the bottomless black hole below them. The tunnel hidden there would spew out violent streams of energy from time to time, causing the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers to become very unstable. Some streams of energy would even surge into the sky, shooting into outer space. From time to time, some streams of energy would shoot toward Jianchen and the others in the air. However, as soon as the streams of energy approached them, they would either dodge them with ease or disperse them with a simple palm strike. Several hundred space gates existed in the stable space several hundred kilometers away. Each space gate was several hundred meters away from each other. A large number of experts hurried over from various places. In just a short while, several tens of thousands of people had gathered in the space. Even the weakest among them were saint rulers. The tunnel began to gently tremble. At this moment, the people on the side of the Tian Yuan continent could vaguely see the blurry figures in the tunnel. They were getting closer and closer to the exit of the Tian Yuan continent. "Form the myriad artifact formation," Feng Xiaotian called out. With a wave of his hand, the remaining ancestral artifacts of the protector clans appeared out of nowhere. Although they did not change, every single ancestral artifact was 100 meters long. Chapter 1527. Feng Xiaotian stared at the 7 ancestral artifacts controlled by the 49 Holy Emperor. He gently sighed and said, "The myriad artifact formation requires 10,000 saint artifacts in order to unleash its full power. It's a pity that there are only 7 saint artifacts. With the 49 Holy Emperor controlling them, they can only unleash a 10,000th of the formation's power, which should be enough to keep 7 receival experts busy or trap 1 returnance expert busy." Soon after, Feng Xiaotian gave another order. Under his orders, more than half of the experts from the 4 races quickly fell into formation after formation. All of them waited solemnly, in their peak condition as they awaited the arrival of the foreign army. The myriad artifact formation that was controlled by the 49 Saint Emperors rapidly descended from the sky. Every single artifact shone brightly as terrifying pulses of energy radiated from them like a surging ocean. They permeated the entire region, forming a tremendous pressure that forced back the violent streams of energy that had surged out of the tunnel. The myriad artifact formation blocked the exit of the tunnel. The 49 Holy Emperor in the formation bellowed out at the same time. The energy within them surged into the 7 ancestral artifacts, immediately causing them to shine brightly. At that moment, the 7 ancestral artifacts seemed to awaken from their endless slumber. They were no weaker than Origin Realm experts, and they all swung toward the tunnel at the same time. The surrounding space immediately sank into darkness. The attack from the 7 ancestral artifacts was just too powerful, exceeding the limits of what the space could endure. It obliterated the space there. Even though the space had shattered, it did not affect the 7 ancestral artifacts or the 49 Holy Emperor at all. 7 extremely terrifying beams of energy shot into the tunnel with devastating power. They tore through the streams of energy in the tunnel like a hot knife through butter, shooting toward the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, who were approaching the Tian Yuan continent with lightning speed. The Saint Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints were scouting ahead. They were completely powerless against the 7 attacks that were no weaker than Receival Expert. Even if they worked together, it would still be difficult to endure. Not to mention, the 7 powerful pulses of energy shot over extremely quickly. Even if they wanted to work together, they would not have enough time to fend them off. In their haste, the few holy emperor at the very front could only envelop themselves with energy to form a powerful barrier around themselves. The 7 powerful waves of energy had arrived before them. Even the holy emperor was so weak before the 7 ancestral artifacts that were no weaker than receival experts. The holy emperor at the very front could not resist at all. Their bodies were as fragile as tofu before the 7 ancestral artifacts. They directly cracked and were wiped out. The attacks from the myriad artifact formation created by the 49 Holy Emperor did not weaken at all after killing several Holy Emperor. They continued into the depths of the tunnel with devastating power, mercilessly killing the Holy Emperor at the very back. The smooth tunnel trembled slightly from the attack from the 7 ancestral artifacts. Flesh and blood splattered in the depths of the tunnel. Over 20 Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints had died to the attack. Their souls had been wiped out, and even their souls had failed to escape. Receival and Holy Emperor were only separated by a single level of cultivation. Some people who had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm were only a single step away from the origin realm, but this single step was like a chasm. It was a qualitative change. Saint Ruler, Holy Emperor, and Holy Emperor. Even though the difference between each level of cultivation was extremely great, the 3 levels of cultivation were still sainthood. They belonged to the same domain. However, the origin realm was an even higher domain. The energy used in the origin realm was not the saint force of sainthood but origin energy. Below Saint Ruler, everyone was an ant. Even 6th cycle heaven saint masters were as weak as ants before saint rulers. At the same time, even the peak Holy Emperor was an ant before experts who had reached the origin realm. The difference between major realms of cultivation was not something that ordinary people could surmount. The 49 Holy Emperor wielded a saint artifact in groups of 7. They stood in the myriad artifact formation and unleashed the full power of the ancestral artifacts, allowing them to possess the strength of 7 receival experts. If they worked together, they could even put up a fight against a returnance expert. As a result, they were able to kill over 20 Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints in a single strike. The world of Forsaken Saints possessed an extremely large number of Holy Emperors. Just the number of Holy Emperors that had entered the tunnel amounted to several hundred. The 20 Holy Emperors that had been slain did not even amount to a tenth of that number. They were unable to stop the advance of the Holy Emperor and the Saint artifacts. However, the Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints, who were still advancing through the tunnel, were already prepared. They stood in a defensive formation, combining the power of several or even a dozen people. They formed a profound formation that blocked the attack like a shield. At the same time, the 7 ancestral artifacts launched a second attack under the control of the 49 Holy Emperors. Tremendous pulses of energy shot into the tunnel as 7 dazzling pillars of energy. Boom! The 7 terrifying pillars of energy collided with the defensive formation created by the Holy Emperors. The formation immediately collapsed, unable to withstand the attacks at all. After the 7 terrifying pulses of energy tore through the formation, they enveloped the Holy Emperors. With a great boom, the Holy Emperors' bodies cracked as well. Their souls were wiped out. Against attacks equivalent to 7 Origin Realm experts, it was difficult for the Saint Emperor's corpses to remain intact after they died. This was because the power was just too terrifying. It was enough to destroy the world. Even the spatial tunnel that had become extremely tough trembled slightly from it. As soon as the second wave of attacks fell, the myriad artifacts formation launched a third wave of attack. They wanted to wipe out the foreign experts as much as they could before they arrived. However, at this moment, the tunnel began to violently tremble. A terrifying pressure that was far more powerful than a receival expert radiated from the depths of the tunnel. Before the pressure, the sun, moon, and stars lost their resplendent brilliance, becoming dim. The violent streams of energy that wreaked havoc in the tunnel became docile at that moment before rapidly dispersing into nothingness. Chapter 1528. A huge hand extended with lightning-like speed from the depths of the tunnel with the tremendous pressure. It passed over the heads of all the Holy Emperor from the world of forsaken saints and directly grabbed the powerful streaks of light from the 7 ancestral artifacts. This palm was also condensed from energy, and it filled the space tunnel. Wherever the palm passed, the space tunnel would tremble violently. The hand was just too terrifying. It had already surpassed the receival realm, causing the tunnel to react violently. It had almost reached the limit of what the tunnel could endure. The 7 streaks of light from the 7 ancestral artifacts were no weaker than the attacks of receival experts when they came in contact with the hand. They shattered under the grasp of the hand. Even though the hand had dimmed slightly, it did not slow down at all. It continued toward the exit of the Tianyuan continent, heading straight for the 49 Holy Emperor in the myriad artifact formation. The expressions of the 49 Holy Emperor drastically changed. They knew that they had encountered a supreme expert that they could not defeat. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated as quickly as they could. If it were not for the fact that the hand was moving through the tunnel, which affected its speed, they would not have been able to escape at all. The eyes of the strongest experts on the Tianyuan continent narrowed the moment the hand closed in. In the next moment, an extremely resplendent violet light suddenly flashed. With the gentle thrum of a sword, the Ziying sword on Jianshan's back shot into the tunnel, heading toward the huge hand in an unstoppable manner. The hand condensed from energy seemed to know the power of the Ziying sword. It suddenly shrank as it filled the entire tunnel, turning into a meter-long finger in a single instance. Even though it had shrunk by countless times, the energy had become much more condensed. In the end, the finger was much more powerful than before. The collision of the Ziying sword and the finger immediately resulted in a great boom. Terrifying ripples of energy and strands of scattered sword chi wreaked havoc in the tunnel, immediately causing the tunnel to violently shake. If it were not for the fact that the tunnel had become much tougher in the past few years, it probably would have been shattered to pieces. After all, this was a clash between returnance experts. It was far more violent than a clash between receival experts. The finger of energy dispersed. Only the violet light from the Ziying sword remained in the chaotic tunnel. Even though it seemed like a lone boat drifting through the turbulent sea, it hovered there extremely steadily. No matter how violent the storm of energy was, it was unable to approach the region enveloped by the light from the sword. The region where the Ziying sword resided seemed to have become a separate domain. Swish! Suddenly, the Ziying sword turned into a violet streak of light and shot through the chaotic region. It flew into the depths of the tunnel with powerful sword chi, arriving before the Holy Emperor from the world of forsaken saints in the blink of an eye. It pierced through them one by one at an unbelievable speed. Every time it pierced through a Holy Emperor, a strand of powerful sword chi would remain in their bodies before charging into their souls and tearing them to shreds. Even though it was only a tiny strand of sword chi, it was not something that the Holy Emperor could block. All the Holy Emperor who had their bodies pierced by the Ziying sword would die in the end, no matter where the wound was. In just a short moment, over 20 Holy Emperors from the world of forsaken saints had died to the Ziying sword. The expressions of all the Holy Emperors in the tunnel changed drastically when they saw this. They all shivered and stopped advancing at the same time. However, there was no fear on their faces at all because they had some understanding of the strength of the other world. It was not that their world of forsaken saints did not lack returnance experts, and they had more than one. The 8 elders of the Sacred Spirit Hall had all reached returnance. The Origin Realm experts from the world of forsaken saints would never just watch the Ziying sword slaughter the Holy Emperors. Just when the Ziying sword had killed over 20 Holy Emperors, a black streak of light shot out from the depths of the tunnel with lightning-like speed, colliding with the Ziying sword. With a boom, the Ziying sword was knocked several hundred meters away. Its light dimmed slightly, while the black streak of light was also knocked several hundred meters away from the Ziying sword. Its light dimmed as well. Only now did it become clear that it was a metal hammer that flickered with a dark light. The tunnel shook even more violently. The collision between the Ziying sword and the metal hammer resulted in an even more powerful storm of energy. Under the pressure from the two weapons, the storm of energy was unable to spread out. In the end, it was forcefully suppressed by the two weapons, forming a huge whirlpool of energy that rapidly revolved. A huge figure walked out from behind the holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saint. He was a burly man over 4 meters tall. His upper body was bare and his feet were bare. He walked through the tunnel step by step, and with each step, the tunnel would violently tremble. The tunnel would even crack slightly, as if it was about to collapse under the weight of the burly man. The burly man was a middle-aged man. His hair was an inch long and his gaze was sharp. His face was fierce and filled with killing intent. He seemed like a fiend. Behind the burly man, the holy emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints all bowed politely to the burly man. They said politely, "Greetings to Elder Xiong." The burly man called Elder Xiong ignored the bowing holy emperor behind him. He stared at the Ziying sword for a while and sneered, "You've indeed comprehended the way of the sword like the Spirit King. I can already sense a sharp presence that's similar to the Spirit King's, but it seems to be much weaker than the Spirit King's." Xiong Zhong waved his hand and the hammer that had been used against the Ziying sword immediately flew into his hand. He took a step forward and immediately shot forward like an arrow. He slammed into the vortex of energy with his body. The huge vortex of energy formed by the pressure from the hammer and the Ziying sword was immediately shattered by Xiong Zhong's collision. However, Xiong Zhong did not slow down at all, arriving before the Ziying sword in a single moment. He swung the hammer at the Ziying sword. The strike was so powerful that it was enough to shatter the Tian-Yuan continent. As the hammer fell, the tunnel shook even more violently. The space around the hammer even began to distort, as if it was about to be ripped apart. The Ziying sword did not back down. It immediately began to shine brightly as violet light flooded the surroundings. It dyed the tunnel a gorgeous violet as a powerful sword chi permeated the surroundings. Chapter 1529. Boom! The clash this time was even more intense. Just the boom that erupted was unimaginably powerful. The terrifying sound waves expanded and struck the tunnel, causing it to become extremely unstable. The group of holy emperors who were still in the tunnel paled. Some of the weaker holy emperors felt their ears become bloodshot as their heads ached. Their souls had almost been injured. Xiong Zhong stood there as steady as a mountain. He radiated with a tremendous pressure, preventing the violent ripples of energy from approaching him. At the same time, the violent ripples of energy began to rapidly spread toward the Tian-Yuan continent under his purposeful suppression. If the ripples of energy reached the Tian-Yuan continent, it would be enough to destroy half of the continent. The azulate swords quickly flew back. They had clearly lost the upper hand in this clash. Under the control of a returnance expert, the power of the hammers was just too great. Even the Ziying sword and the Qing Suo sword were not its opponent. "I'll open up a path. Follow behind me. We've already been stopped twice by the people of the other world because the tunnel could not hold people who were too powerful. This time, we'll use the most powerful method to conquer the other world and make the weak creatures of the other world kneel before us," Xiong Zhong coldly said. Xiong Zhong said coldly. His eyes were extremely sharp, filled with a dense killing intent, accompanied by a bloodthirsty sneer. Their world of Forsaken Saints was definitely more powerful than the other world, yet they had been stopped twice by the people of the other world. They had lost quite a few people, especially the second time. 5 receival experts had attempted to pass through, but only 2 of them had returned alive. 3 of them had died. The world of Forsaken Saints could ignore the loss of Saint Emperors, But they could not ignore the loss of Origin Realm experts. The deaths of 3 Origin Realm experts had truly angered the remaining Origin Realm experts of the world of Forsaken Saint. As Xiongzhong advanced, a figure appeared at the entrance of the tunnel on the other side of the Tian Yuan continent. He was not very old, only seeming to be in his 20s. A sliver of the vicissitudes of life remained on his handsome and resolute face. His eyes were bright and sharp like unsheathed swords. They were filled with a sense of sharpness, as if 2 supreme swords were being nurtured in his eyes. He was Jianchen. He had also entered the tunnel, making his way forward step by step. The azulate swords hovered above his head as he glared at Xiongzhong. Powerful battle intent radiated from him as an invisible presence permeated the surroundings. He blocked the violent streams of energy that were being suppressed by Xiongzhong, preventing them from entering the Tian Yuan continent. Xiongzhong squinted his eyes and carefully studied Jianchen. A sliver of interest appeared on his vicious face. In the end, Jianchen and Xiongzhong stopped 1,000 meters away from each other. Between the two of them was the streams of energy that had been suppressed by their presences, gradually turning into a terrifying vortex. "You're the person who has comprehended the way of the sword like the Spirit King. You possess the right to reach godhood, but it's very strange. I can't see through your exact strength. I can only vaguely sense your true strength, so it shouldn't be at Returnance. No, it shouldn't even be at the Origin Realm. That's impossible." Xiongzhong spoke with a hint of playfulness in his voice. However, as he reached the end, his expression gradually became stern, and in the end it turned into shock. In particular, when he said the last sentence, he could not help but gasp. A sliver of unconcealable shock appeared on his face. He refused to believe that the mysterious expert who had comprehended the way of the sword like the Spirit King, who had caught the attention of several dozen Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, who had even clashed with him 3 times, was actually a young man who had not even reached the Origin Realm. Xiongzhong was truly shocked when he vaguely sensed Jianchen's true strength. His heart churned as disbelief filled his face. If Jianchen was at the same level of cultivation as him, he would not have reacted so greatly. However, Jianchen's true strength was not even at the Origin Realm. A person who had not even reached the Origin Realm actually possessed the power to fight against him and not lose the upper hand. Xiongzhong found this to be very unbelievable. If it were not for the fact that this was happening right before him, he would have never believed it. The world of Forsaken Saints actually has a late returnance expert. You should be the strongest person below the Spirit King in the world of Forsaken Saints, Jianchen also replied with a sliver of his soul. He was very stern. Communicating through the soul could avoid the language barrier between the two worlds, allowing them to communicate normally. Xiongzhong sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. His gaze toward Jianchen underwent a drastic change as well, as if he was looking at a monster. He said, "I'm not the strongest below the Spirit King. The strongest is Ouyang Yangwen. Although we're both at late returnance, I must admit that Ouyang Yangwen is stronger than me." Jianchen's heart sank. The world of Forsaken Saints actually had 2 late returnance experts. This made him feel extremely uneasy because even Xiao Ling and Changyang Mingyue were not at late returnance. "I'm Xiongzhong, one of the 8 elders of the Sacred Spirit Hall from the world of Forsaken Saints. You're a genius from another world. State your name. You have the right to make me remember you forever." Xiongzhong calmed down very quickly and coldly said to Jianchen. His gaze was rather vicious. Jianchen, I'll remember you. Even if you're an unprecedented genius, only death awaits you if you can't get past me. No matter what your strength is, I will use my full strength and show no mercy. If you die to my hands, you will be the most talented prodigy I've ever killed. I will be proud of that," Xiongzhong said emotionlessly. powerful killing intent surged from his body as the hammer in his hand erupted with a dark light. Not only did the light engulf the tunnel in darkness, but it even suppressed the light from the twin swords. Xiongzhong had only struck out casually the 3 times before. He was not serious at all. Only now did he truly strike out. He unleashed his strength as a late returnance expert without holding back at all. It was far, far more powerful than before. Jianchen became extremely stern. He felt extremely pressured when he faced Xiongzhong, but he could not afford to back down at all. With a thought, the Ziying sword hovering above his head flew into his hand as a violet streak of light. Jianchen wielded the sword in his right hand as his presence suddenly skyrocketed. He had turned from an ordinary sword to a powerful sword in a single moment, radiating with surging sword qi. The sword qi was invisible, but it was extremely powerful. It seemed to have transformed into a law of the world, affecting the surroundings. Under the envelopment of the sword qi, the violent streams of energy in the tunnel fell silent at that moment. Afterwards, under the influence of the invisible sword qi, the streams of energy underwent a metamorphosis, turning into strands of sword qi with a form. Jianchen was enveloped by a layer of powerful light. With the light protecting him, he seemed to have become a miniature sun. All that could be seen was a hazy figure. The Ziying sword also shone with a dazzling white light. The violet light had been suppressed as it stabbed toward Xiongzhong with all its might. A gleam of light exploded in Xiongzhong's eyes. His right arm that gripped the hammer exploded. Terrifying energy surged out from his body and poured into the hammer, causing it to flicker. He then swung the hammer toward the Ziying sword as hard as he could. Both Xiongzhong and Jianchen used their full strength. Xiongzhong was stronger than Jianchen, but he knew that Jianchen had comprehended the way of the sword and had come into contact with laws. He could use the power of laws, so even though he knew that Jianchen's actual strength was not at the origin realm, he dared not to be careless. Chapter 1530. The collision between Jianchen's Ziying sword and Xiongzhong's hammer erupted with a terrifying ripple of energy that was several times more powerful than before. The tunnel had already become extremely stable, enough to withstand the passage of returnance experts. Cracks began to appear in the tunnel from their devastating attack. Every single one of the cracks was several meters long. They intertwined with each other, forming a huge spiderweb that seemed to tear the tunnel apart. The moment the Ziying sword and the hammer collided, Jianchen's face suddenly changed. An extremely powerful force had passed through the Ziying sword from the hammer. Not only did the force numb his entire right arm, but his right hand that held the sword also experienced great pain. Jianchen had temporarily lost all feeling in his right hand. Not only that, but an extremely powerful energy erupted the moment the hammer struck. It struck Jianchen's chest with thunderous force the moment the hammer and the Ziying sword collided. Jianchen's protective light did not last for very long before the powerful energy. A hole was punched through it, and it struck Jianchen's chest with unstoppable force. Jianchen grunted as he was blown away. He had almost been blown out of the tunnel and appeared above the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen stabilized himself with great difficulty. A sliver of blood leaked from the corner of his lips. He then looked at his right hand and saw that it had become blood-red. The web between his thumb and forefinger had been split open. Jianchen sucked in a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Ziying sword. He stared at Xiongzhong in interest as battle intent surged in his chest. Xiongzhong was indeed very powerful, having completely surpassed Jianchen, but Jianchen did not show any fear at all. Instead, his battle intent had been roused. In Jianchen's body, his chaotic Niden began to revolve, spitting out strands of chaotic force. The chaotic force rapidly circulated through his body, filling every corner. Not only did it push the defenses of Jianchen's chaotic body to the limit, but it also rapidly healed his wounds. The web between Jianchen's thumb and forefinger began to heal at a visible rate. In just a few seconds it was completely healed. On the other side, Xiongzhong was still standing at his original position. He didn't take a single step back, but his incomparably majestic body was slightly swaying. On his naked upper body, there were already dozens of sword scars. Each of the sword scars was extremely thin and varied in length. They were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, and there was a faint trace of red blood flowing out. These were all wounds from the scattered sword qi, but these wounds were no different from scratches to Xiongzhong. He seemed to be completely unaware of the sword wounds on his body. He stared at the iron hammer in his hand and revealed a strange expression. An extremely striking white mark had already appeared on the jet-black iron hammer. Xiongzhong looked at the twin swords and his eyes flickered with a strange light. He clicked his tongue in wonder. These two swords are very impressive. They're much more powerful than my Heaven Shaker hammer. They're probably on par with the Spirit King's Cloudstream sword. I may not be used to using weapons like these, but I don't mind collecting a few more. Once this battle ends, these two swords will belong to me. With that, Xiongzhong continued to charge at Jianchen with his hammer. He said, "Let's end this quickly, just in case that bastard Ouyang one takes advantage of us. He also uses the sword." A cold light flashed through Jianchen's eyes when he heard Xiongzhong's words. He used the illusory flash and shot out as a blur. The Ziying sword turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning, stabbing out with dazzling white light. As the sword stabbed out, a supreme sword intent that was much more powerful than before enveloped the area. The sword intent seemed to have come from the 9 heavens, crushing down with the might of a sovereign. It also seemed to have come from the surrounding nothingness. It filled the space within the spatial tunnel with a pressing pressure. It seemed to have turned the space within the spatial tunnel into the domain of the sword. Extremely sharp sword qi was everywhere, wreaking havoc everywhere. The Ziying sword stabbed out extremely quickly. It shone with dazzling white light, causing the surroundings to dim as if it was the only thing in the world. Jianchen had used the power of his partial achievement of sword origin. Although partial achievement was only a small step away from minor achievement, the way of the sword was the laws of the world. He could use a sliver of the power of the laws of the world, so this small difference could lead to an unimaginably great increase. In particular, the power of the laws of the world posed an unimaginable threat to those who had not comprehended the laws of the world. This was equivalent to the threat that origin energy posed to the Holy Emperor. Xiongzhong became rather stern. He could clearly sense that Jianchen was much more powerful than before. In particular, the power of the laws of the sword in his attack forced him to treat it seriously. I never thought that his comprehension of the laws of the world would have reached such a level. He's almost catching up to the Spirit King. I even feel like his comprehension of the way of the sword is no weaker than the Spirit King's. His talent is even greater than the Spirit King's. Xiongzhong sighed in amazement. He felt more and more admiration for Jianchen because Jianchen's true strength was nowhere close to his own, yet he had comprehended the laws of the world before him and had even reached such a great distance. Boom! With another boom, the Ziying sword and Xiongzhong's hammer collided intensely once again. This time, Jianchen was actually able to match Xiongzhong's strength with partial achievement of sword origin. They were basically on par. Xiongzhong's body shook violently. He couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Each step he took caused the spatial tunnel to tremble violently. The entire spatial tunnel trembled 3 times with each step Xiongzhong took. Although Jianchen had not been blown away, he had still taken 5 steps back. Each step would cause a tiny crack to appear in the tunnel, which would close up in the blink of an eye. The web between his thumb and forefinger of his right hand had been split open once again. A droplet of blood dripped out, shooting out of the protective sword light before being pulverized by the violent streams of energy. Several dozen tiny slashes appeared on Xiongzhong's burly body. The wounds had become even deeper, forcing Xiongzhong to use his own energy to create a barrier around him. As soon as Jianchen stabilized himself, he stomped his foot viciously and shot toward Xiongzhong like an arrow. The Ziying sword stabbed toward Xiongzhong with an unstoppable force while the Qing Xia sword hovered above Jianchen's head. It was enveloped by a bright white light as it stabbed toward Xiongzhong with surging sword qi. Xiongzhong bellowed out and his presence suddenly skyrocketed. Like a god of war, he radiated with a tremendous and terrifying pressure as he received Jianchen. Thunderous booms rang out incessantly as the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves at lightning speed. Every time they collided, an energy shockwave that could destroy the heavens and earth would erupt, causing the space tunnel to tremble incessantly and cracks to appear one after another. Bang! With a heavy sound, Jianchen's chest was struck by Xiongzhong's hammer. His entire chest caved in, and the powerful force even passed through Jianchen's body, piercing through it. A bowl-sized hole appeared as all his organs were incinerated. Jianchen's Ziying sword pierced through Xiongzhong's energy barrier and stabbed into his waist. Even though it had only pierced 2 inches deep, it was because of the power of laws. A sliver of sword qi remained in the wound, while the Qing Xia sword left behind a foot-long gash on Xiongzhong's back, causing his back to be covered in blood. Jianchen was sent flying once more as his face paled. Chapter 1531. Only after flying to the edge of the tunnel did Jianchen finally disperse the force of the impact. He could not help but vomit blood. The clothes on his upper body had already been torn off the moment the hammer struck his chest, so the bowl-sized wound on his chest was extremely eye-catching. The lump of flesh had vanished as well. Jianchen stood at the edge of the tunnel as he panted gently. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his chest before looking at Xiongzhong, whose figure had become extremely blurry due to the distance. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he healed as quickly as he could. This time, Jianchen used a strand of radiant Saint Force origin energy without any hesitation. In a single moment, his body became enveloped by a dense layer of milky white light. The gentle origin energy quickly fused with the wound on his chest. Coupled with the supreme recovery of his chaotic body, his wounds immediately healed at an extremely shocking rate. The flesh that had vanished regrew from the bowl-sized hole in his chest. Even though Jianchen was extremely heavily injured, he would make a full recovery without much time with his strength as a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master. On the other side, Xiongzhong was forced back time and time again. In the end, he collided with a holy emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints behind him before stopping. The holy emperor vomited blood from Xiongzhong's collision and was blown away. The saint emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints carefully arrived before Xiongzhong. They looked at his wounds and instinctively asked, "Elder Xiong, are you fine? Should we call the Grand Elder for backup?" Xiongzhong snorted coldly. 2 streams of white air actually sprayed out from his nose. He pushed aside the Saint Emperor who had spoken and coldly said, "There's no need for me to get Ouyang Yangwen's help against someone who hasn't even reached the origin realm. If it weren't for the fact that Jianchen has 2 powerful weapons and a rather deep comprehension of the laws of the sword, how would he be able to stop me?" Xiongzhong sneered when he reached there. He said, "Laws are the key to reaching godhood. Over the countless years of our world of Forsaken Saints, countless spirit kings have appeared and countless reciprocity experts have appeared. However, no one has ever been able to comprehend laws. Only the appearance of this spirit king has broken the legend of our world, becoming a legend of our world of Forsaken Saints. Although Jianchen has also comprehended laws, he's just too weak. I will definitely kill him in this battle. Not only will I be able to increase my battle achievements, but I'll also be able to remove any future problems. I can't let the 2 swords end up in Ouyang Yangwen's hands either." A cold light flickered through Xiongzhong's eyes. He was unwilling to give Jianchen any time to catch his breath, so he suddenly charged forward. However, this time, as soon as he moved his body, The muscles on his face trembled abnormally. It was a result of the intense pain. This damned power of laws. I can't even heal my wounds. This is a power grasped by godhood experts. It poses a great threat to Origin Realm experts. Even though there's only a tiny sliver of it left in my body, I can't purge it in a short amount of time with my strength at late returnance. Xiong Zhong immediately frowned when he saw the wounds on his body. He needed to divert a portion of his strength to suppress the power of laws in the wounds, just in case it continued to cause even more damage to him. However, if he did that, his strength would definitely decrease. Xiong Zhong, if you really want to retreat, then you should just retreat. Don't force yourself. Look at you. Not only are you in such a horrible shape, but you're even injured. TSK, these are wounds from the power of laws from the way of the sword. They're not that easy to deal with. And according to my understanding, the person who comprehended the way of the sword isn't even at returnance yet. A mighty late returnance expert has actually been injured by someone who hasn't even reached returnance. If I were you, I would have hidden myself in the world of Forsaken Saints long ago and not dared to show myself, just in case I continue to embarrass myself. A feminine voice rang out from behind. Xiong Zhong's face suddenly sank as cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. He coldly replied without even looking back, "Oh Yang Yangwen, don't be complacent just yet. We both use the sword, but you're still far too lacking compared to that person. His strength is indeed nowhere close to mine, but even if you fight him alone, you won't fare much better than me." Xiong Zhong, that's where you're wrong. It's normal for you to be injured when you encounter that person, but if I were to encounter him, killing him would be no different from crushing an ant. The feminine voice rang out again. It was filled with arrogance and disdain for Jianchen. After he finished speaking, 3 figures gradually appeared behind Xiong Zhong. The person on the left was a short old man. He was very old, and the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together. He was bald, and his body was bent. It seemed that even walking was very difficult for him. He gave people the feeling that he had already reached the end of his life and was about to be buried in the ground. The person in the middle was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. The young man was indescribably handsome. If it weren't for the fact that he was a man from some of his features, it would be extremely easy to mistake him for a stunning beauty. However, this young man lacked the masculine aura that a man should have. Instead, he was filled with a feminine aura, which was very uncomfortable to look at. The person on the right was an extremely seductive woman. She had a devilish figure, jet black and beautiful long hair, an enchanting gaze, and extremely exquisite facial features. Moreover, her every word and smile inadvertently revealed a charm, causing this woman to simply look like a stunner in the human world. Gong Shiming, Qing Jingyun, why have you come as well? Xiong Zhong asked emotionlessly as a merciless, cold light shone from his eyes. The woman covered her mouth and gently giggled. She seemed extremely seductive as she giggled. The Spirit King has given the order, so how can we not come? Xiong Zhong, you've caused far too much of a disturbance in the tunnel. You've already angered the Spirit King. I can clearly see the Spirit King frown. The Spirit King really frowned? Xiong Zhong's expression finally changed, as if he had made some sort of mistake. He became rather uneasy. The current Spirit King was not a vicious person in the world of Forsaken Saints. He could even be described as benevolent compared to the previous Spirit King. However, the deterrence he posed to the receival and returnance experts of the Sacred Spirit Hall had far exceeded all the previous Spirit Kings in the history of the world of Forsaken Saints. Chapter 1532. Xiong Zhong, do you really not understand, or are you pretending to be confused? With how stable the tunnel is, only late returnance experts can safely pass through. If reciprocity experts enter, there's an extremely high chance that the tunnel will collapse. Even early reciprocity experts may not be able to pass through, let alone the Spirit King, who has reached mid-reciprocity. Your intense battle in the tunnel earlier has already caused some damage to the tunnel. Once the tunnel is severely damaged, not only will the Spirit King be unable to pass through, but it will also be extremely difficult for us to pass through. If the people of the other world stop us outside the tunnel at that time, they might even be able to force us back. The woman glanced at Xiongzhong deeply as she spoke in a coquettish manner. Her voice was filled with a sliver of charm. Xiongzhong's face changed once again when he heard that. He lowered the hammer in his hand and stared at the blurry figure of Jianchen deeply. He said, "I really didn't realize this before. Qing Jingyun, thank you for your warning. However, the person in the other world who has comprehended the way of the sword like the Spirit King does have some ability. He's blocking the tunnel, so if I want to pass through, I'll need to spend some time to kill him." The feminine man standing in the middle, who looked to be in his 20s, revealed a cold smile. He said, "Xiongzhong, I suddenly thought of a possibility when I heard Qing Jingyun's words. Did you purposefully start a fight in the tunnel so that you could destroy the tunnel and charge out at the last moment, trapping us returnance experts in the world of Forsaken Saints temporarily? Although you can only trap us for a few years at most, those years are enough for you to leave through the other world and enter the Saints' world in search of the purest power of bloodline left behind by our founding ancestor. Once you obtain the power of bloodline from our founding ancestor and complete atavism, even the great Spirit King will not be able to match up to you." Xiongzhong snorted coldly. He glared at the extremely handsome, feminine man and coldly said, "Ouyang Yangwen, don't speak nonsense. I'm loyal to the Spirit King and will never betray him. Why would I think of something like that? At the same time, the Spirit King was the one who told us that the Forsaken Saints were actually the Spirit Sages. As for searching for the purest bloodline of our founding ancestor, do you really think that the purest bloodline of our founding ancestor will appear before me of its own accord once I reach the Saints' world? I can't be certain about that. However, since we're Spirit Sages, who can say that we'll be able to sense the purest bloodline from the Spirit Sages' world once we reach the Saints' world? Will he be able to sense the power of the ancestral ancestor's purest bloodline? If he can sense it, then he might be able to obtain the ancestral ancestor's bloodline in a few years and undergo atavism," Ouyang Yangwen said in a serious manner, targeting Xiongzhong at every turn. "Enough, enough. Ouyang Yangwen, Xiongzhong, stop arguing. Let's pass through the tunnel quickly. Don't make the Spirit King unhappy again," Qing Jingyun said impatiently. Qing Jingyun said impatiently. Her charming voice made people feel numb, and it was difficult to get angry. Both Ouyang Yangwen and Xiongzhong showed deep fear when Qing Jingyun mentioned the Spirit King. The two of them immediately stopped arguing and the four of them made their way to the other side together. None of them knew much about the secrets of the Spirit Sages. The Spirit King had learned about this secret when he broke through the seal in the depths of the sacred Spirit Hall with his strength that had surpassed reciprocity and was comparable to godhood. He had then told them about it. Not only did it require someone as powerful as a deity to break into this hidden place, but it also required someone as powerful as a deity to be able to enter and learn the ancient secrets that had been stored there for countless years. As such, they were unable to learn more about the Spirit Sages. The milky white light around Jianchen slowly dispersed. After recovering as quickly as he could, Jianchen had completely recovered. Jianchen immediately became extremely stern when he saw the four figures rapidly approaching him. This was because he could tell with a single glance that the four of them were all returnance experts. Even the weakest was at mid-returnance. At the same time, he could vaguely see several figures behind them. They were all receival experts. This time, the world of Forsaken Saints did not use the Holy Emperor as the vanguard. Instead, they used Origin Realm experts to open up a path. Jianchen knew that he could no longer stop them in the tunnel now that so many Origin Realm experts had been mobilized. He retreated without any hesitation. At the same time, the myriad artifact formation that the 49 Holy Emperor controlled by the 7 ancestral artifacts on the Tian-Yuan continent slowly retreated. The formation could only keep receival experts busy. They needed to avoid returnance experts. A speck of golden light flickered between Jianshan's eyebrows. A fist-sized, golden tower suddenly appeared in the air. With a flash of golden light, several thousand people with powerful presences and blank faces appeared in the surroundings. These people were the Emperor armaments and Emperor armaments that Jianshan had revived. Among the several thousand people, there were 700 or 800 Holy Emperor armament. The rest were all Holy Emperor armament. With the addition of several thousand Holy Emperor armaments and several hundred Holy Emperor armaments, the central force of the Tian-Yuan continent had more than doubled. The President and Grand Elder of the Radiant Saint Master Union had arrived as well. They had also brought the ruler armaments and a small number of king armaments that they had revived in the past few years. Although there were only several hundred king armaments that had been revived, there were over 10,000 ruler armaments that had been revived. This was a force that could not be ignored. It made up for the lack of sainthood among the 4 races. A dense group of people hovered in the air above the ruins of Mercenary City. The humans, magical beasts, sea race, and 100 races had all gathered in their strongest formation. All of them were prepared, waiting for the arrival of the foreign army. Very soon, the 4 returnance experts from the world of Forsaken Saints stepped into the tunnel. The moment they set foot on the Tian-Yuan continent, a blanketing presence immediately radiated out. This was the terrifying presence of 4 returnance experts at the same time. It immediately made the thick layer of clouds in the sky vanish. Under the pressure of the terrifying presence, the clouds directly dispersed, dispersing into nothingness. The aura pressed down on the space, making it difficult for the space there to withstand. The space within a radius of 10,000 li shook violently, distorting space and distorting spacetime. The distorted space even cut off the sunlight, causing the entire world to suddenly darken. It was as if the world had truly lost its color. The Tian-Yuan continent violently shook. The ground sank and mountains collapsed as if the end of the world had arrived. The saint rulers of the 4 races, the Holy Emperor and the Holy Emperor armaments, retreated time and time again under the terrifying pressure. All of them paled and many saint rulers vomited blood. Only the puppets that felt no fear or pain remained where they were. However, they were immobilized by the presence. "Stop them!" Jianshan called out. He glanced past the 4 returnance experts before looking at Ouyang Yangwen very soon. With a flip of his hand, a disc silently appeared in his hand. Chapter 1533. The 4 returnance experts from the world of Forsaken Saints were immediately shocked when they saw the azure disc in Jianshan's hand. The enchanting Qing Jingyun could not help but cry out. Her face was filled with shock. "Isn't this the secret treasure that the Spirit King bestowed upon Kumu? It's impossible to control this secret treasure without the corresponding secret technique. How do they know how to control it?" The expressions of Xiongzhong and Ouyang Yangwen changed slightly as well. Their gazes toward the disc were filled with fear. Back in the world of Forsaken Saints, the Spirit King had used the disc to test them, so they understood the power of the disc extremely well. Once trapped, even reciprocity experts would not be able to break free in a short amount of time, let alone late receival experts like them. The azure disc began to shine with an even brighter light under Jianshan's hand seals. It radiated with an indescribable presence. A mysterious and ancient presence circulated within the disc. Afterward, Jianshan pointed at Ouyang Yangwen. As if it had received some sort of order, the disc rapidly flew toward Ouyang Yangwen as a streak of azure light. The disc rapidly expanded along the way, going from the size of a palm to 3 meters in diameter in the blink of an eye. Ouyang Yangwen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He knew that the situation was bad and called out, "I never thought that they'd actually come up with a method to control this secret treasure. However, how can their method be compared to the true method of control? It definitely won't be able to last for long. It won't even be able to unleash the true power of the secret treasure. Ouyang Yangwen looked at Xiongzhong and said, Xiongzhong, let's work together and fend off this secret treasure. It doesn't even have 50% of its power, so it's not enough. A mocking smile appeared on Xiongzhong's face. Not only did he have no thoughts of helping Ouyang Yangwen, but he also moved far away with a single movement. He sneered, Ouyang Yangwen, since this secret treasure only has 50% of its power, you can deal with it alone. Why do you need me to take action? A sliver of coldness appeared in Ouyang Yangwen's eyes. As he watched the disc rapidly approach him, he became unprecedentedly stern. With a flip of his hand, a small, exquisite sword that was 3 inches long immediately appeared in his hand. The small sword was nothing special, but the moment it appeared, it immediately radiated with a powerful sword chi that could make the world tremble. The small sword shot toward the disc with lightning speed. The moment it shot out, the small sword instantly grew to over 300 meters long, turning into a 1,000-meter-long sword. It stabbed towards the center of the disc with surging might. Ouyang Yangwen knew the power of the disc, so he did not hold back at all this time. He still held on to a sliver of hope that Jianchen had not completely grasped the secret technique to control the disc, so he could only use less than half of its power. If that were the case, Ouyang Yangwen would still have a chance at fending it off. When the 1,000-meter-long sword collided with the disc, there was no earth-shaking boom. Azure light erupted from the disc in a single moment, and a huge diagram of the 8 trigrams appeared. The devastating power within the 1,000-meter-long sword was easily nullified by the disc. The disc did not slow down at all, continuing to envelop Ouyang Yangwen. Ouyang Yangwen possessed the strength of a late returnance expert, but he was unable to escape from the disc's pursuit. In the end, he was trapped by the disc's azure light. The disc was filled with sealing power, so not only did all of Ouyang Yangwen's strength become sealed, but he was also immobilized. Ouyang Yangwen's face was terrifyingly sunken. He was furious inside. The disc was a secret treasure the Spirit King had originally given to Ku Mu to trap returnance experts from another world. Yet today, the person from the other world had actually grasped the method to use the disc against them. He had truly gone for wool and come home shorn. Ouyang Yangwen, who was known as the strongest below the Spirit King, had been trapped by his own item. Ouyang Yangwen was not the only one who had not expected this. Even the 3 other returnance experts had not expected this. Suddenly, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. The temperature of the surroundings plummeted. In just a few seconds, the temperature of the surroundings had plummeted to an extremely terrifying level. A thick layer of frost had appeared on the ground, extending to a radius of 100,000 kilometers. The snow-white Changyang Mingyue hovered high in the sky. She spread her arms and raised her head slightly. She stared at the sky as if she was embracing the world. Strands of white profound ice chi drifted out from her body, fusing with the space around her and disappearing. Every single strand of profound ice chi was terrifyingly cold. At that moment, Changyang Mingyue became extremely cold as well. The space around her seemed to have been frozen by the terrifying coldness she radiated with. Domain of the Snow Goddess, world of ice and snow. Suddenly, Changyang Mingyue cried out. The moment she finished speaking, the temperature within a radius of 100,000 kilometers seemed to fall to absolute zero. A thick layer of ice rose up from the ground, countless times tougher than steel. An independent domain had formed in that region, where laws seemed to have been born. The ice and snow continued to spread rapidly beyond the region of 100,000 kilometers. It was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. Very soon, it had reached the Jessen Kingdom 1,000,000 kilometers away, turning the ground white. Even the countless cities of various sizes were covered by a thick layer of ice. In the end, the ice and snow covered the entire Tianyuan continent, turning it into a snow-white wasteland. Although the ice and snow were terrifying, the ice and snow that enveloped the entire continent posed no threat to the people of the Tianyuan continent other than the independent domain that spanned 100,000 kilometers. Oh no, my strength has actually been suppressed. What is this ability that can weaken my strength? Qing Jingyun's face changed as she became shocked. My strength has been weakened as well. The extremely old returnance expert, Gong Shiming, said with a heavy voice. He sternly stared at Changyang Mingyue and said, I never thought that there would be more than one returnance expert in this world. Instead, there would be 3. An ability that can actually suppress a mid-returnance expert with strength at early returnance is impressive, but it's useless against late returnance experts. Xiong Zhong indifferently glanced at Changyang Mingyue. He did not take her to heart and instead looked at Jianchen. He said, Our battle is not over yet. Your 2 swords are fated to become part of my collection. With that, Xiong Zhong directly charged toward Jianchen. Jianchen showed no fear. He coldly said, My azulate swords aren't that easy to take. Let's fight in outer space. Jianchen stood on the Ziying swords and shot into the sky as a violet streak of light. He vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. I'll go deal with that woman. Even though 1/10 of my strength has been suppressed, it's more than enough for me to deal with an early reciprocity expert with my strength at mid-reciprocity. Qing Jingyun stared at Changyang Mingyue and bewitchingly smiled. She directly charged toward her. Gong Shiming looked at Xiao Ling and said with his old and rather hoarse voice, Leave the last returnance expert to me then. Chapter 1534. Out of the 4 returnance experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, Xiong Zhong and Jianchen had gone to outer space while Gong Shiming had been lured into battle by Xiao Ling high in the sky. The snow-white Changyang Mingyue had already finished casting her domain of the snow goddess. She had created a domain of 100,000 kilometers around her and created new laws to suppress the strength of all the people from the world of Forsaken Saints. At the same time, she had frozen the entire continent with her strength at returnance, turning it into a world of ice. The ground of the world of ice was filled with her profound ice chi, which strengthened the Tianyuan continent. Qing Jingyun had already arrived before Changyang Mingyue. She displayed her strength at mid-returnance and her presence skyrocketed in a single moment. It clashed with the domain of the snow goddess with a surging might, causing the entire space to violently tremble. Even the domain of the snow goddess that enveloped a radius of 100,000 kilometers shook slightly. Qing Jingyun was enchanting and seemed like a delicate woman, but she was extremely sharp and vicious once she began fighting. She seemed like a goddess of war as her presence surged. Energy suddenly surged from her jade-white hand. The powerful energy radiated with a devastating presence as it slammed toward Changyang Mingyue with lightning-like speed. Changyang Mingyue remained calm. Even though Qing Jingyun was more powerful than her, having reached mid-returnance, she did not seem stern at all. When Qing Jingyun's hand arrived, an extremely cold presence appeared from Changyang Mingyue. It formed a visible ripple that expanded toward Qing Jingyun with lightning speed. When the ripple reached Qing Jingyun's hand became covered in a layer of translucent ice silently. At the same time, the ice spread through Qing Jingyun's hand at an extremely terrifying speed. In less than a few seconds, Qing Jingyun had been frozen into a lifelike statue. Changyang Mingyue slowly raised her hand. She moved extremely slowly, but when she raised her hand, a terrifying coldness immediately permeated the surroundings, causing the space around her to crackle. The space there had been frozen into extremely tough ice, and Qing Jingyun was affected as well. The terrifying coldness invaded her body, freezing her vitality and solidifying her blood. At that moment, Qing Jingyun seemed to have been assimilated. Even her life seemed to have formed a wondrous connection with the space around her. At that moment, Qing Jingyun even had a wondrous feeling. At that moment, she seemed to have become a part of the ice and snow. Not only her body, but even her life and soul had become one with the world of ice and snow around her. At this moment, Changyang Mingyue's hand was raised to her chest. She suddenly struck out, and with that, the frozen space immediately shattered like a mirror, producing a heavy thud. The layer of translucent ice around Qing Jingyun also shattered at that moment with a clear sound. Qing Jingyun seemed to have been assimilated the moment she was frozen. Her body, vitality, and even soul had all turned into ice, fusing with the world around her. Now that the space had been shattered by Changyang Mingyue's palm strike, it was not just the space that had shattered, nor was it the layer of translucent ice around Qing Jingyun. At the same time, Qing Jingyun's body, vitality, and soul had shattered as well. Spurt! Qing Jingyun opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her complexion instantly turned incomparably pale. On her body, her clothes instantly turned into ice shards and fell from the sky, revealing her alluring devilish body. However, at this moment, her delicate body was no longer snow white. Instead, it was dyed red by the blood flowing out from countless pores on her body. Her entire body was bathed in blood. What is this ability? Qing Jingyun's eyes widened as she stared at Changyang Mingyue in shock. Disbelief flooded her face. With her strength at mid-returnance, dealing with an early returnance expert would be a piece of cake even if her strength had been weakened. However, the outcome was the exact opposite. She had actually been injured by Changyang Mingyue in a single clash. Moreover, this injury was extremely severe. Not only did her body suffer great damage, almost shattering like a piece of ice, but even the majestic upgrade in her body seemed to have been cut off by a layer, damaging her vitality. Even her primordial spirit was injured, giving her a splitting headache. Qing Jingyun was extremely shocked. Was the Snow-White woman really at early returnance? Why was she so terrifying? She had never seen or heard of such a strange method of attack. This is an ability I created myself. It's called Depend on Fate. All creatures frozen by the ability will completely fuse with the profound ice. If the profound ice is fine, you will be fine. If the profound ice shatters, you will die. It's a pity that my strength is limited, so I can't use the full power of the ability. Otherwise, you would have shattered with the profound ice already, Changyang Mingyue said indifferently. Changyang Mingyue nonchalantly replied. However, a sliver of doubt and confusion immediately appeared in her eyes after she said that. She had no idea when she had created the ability or why she had said something like that. Afterwards, she thought about the domain of the ice goddess that she had just used and became even more confused. She even became rather lost. She had not learnt these abilities in the ice goddess hall at all, yet she seemed to have learnt them all of a sudden. She had used them subconsciously. Why is it like this? Changyang Mingyue asked herself. She suddenly felt extremely lost. At this moment, she could not help but recall some of the things that Protector Shui had said to her in the past, as well as her respectful and obedient actions towards her. Am I really the Snow Goddess? The Holy Maiden of the Ice Goddess Hall in the Saints' World? The Ice Goddess is my sister? Changyang Mingyue thought. In the past, she had never believed any of this because she did not have any memories related to this matter. However, she had suddenly learnt abilities she had never come in contact with before for no reason. Moreover, she seemed to know the abilities in the past, but she had temporarily forgotten about them. She had only remembered them today. All these signs indicated that she had forgotten a part of her memories. I'm not the Snow Goddess. I'm Changyang Mingyue. I'm the second young lady of the Changyang Prefecture. Changyang Mingyue fell silent for a while before suddenly becoming agitated. She was no longer able to maintain her composure. She yelled out crazily and attacked the heavily injured Qing Jingyun as hard as she could. Changyang Mingyue was not happy at all after learning this. Instead, she felt extremely pressured. She did not want to become another person, much less admit that she was the Snow Goddess. This was because she had heard Protector Shui say that she and Jianqin were from two different worlds. They would become enemies sooner or later. Chapter 1535. Terrifying coldness permeated the surroundings as strands of white, profound ice chi shot out in all directions. Changyang Mingyue and Qing Jingyun engaged in an intense battle in the air. Changyang Mingyue became extremely irritated and depressed after realizing that she might be the snow goddess mentioned by Protector Shui. Qing Jingyun became the target for Changyang Mingyue to vent her feelings. Changyang Mingyue unleashed her full strength and engaged in an intense battle with Qing Jingyun in the air. Booms constantly rang out, causing the surroundings to collapse and space to distort violently. If it were not for the fact that they were in the snow goddess domain, which made the space there much tougher, just the shock waves from their battle would have been enough to destroy the Tianyuan continent. Qing Jingyun was completely covered in blood. Even with her strength at mid-returnance, she was forced to retreat under Changyang Mingyue's fierce attacks. White crystals would appear on Qing Jingyun from time to time, forcing her to divert a portion of her power to stop the spreading ice as she fended off Changyang Mingyue's fierce attacks. She had suffered greatly from Changyang Mingyue's ability before, suffering extremely heavy injuries. Obviously, she needed to be extra cautious of the ice around her. As long as she was not frozen by the ice and turned into an ice statue, Changyang Mingyue would not be able to use the ability. Just who is this woman? She's actually so powerful. She's clearly only at early returnance, yet she can suppress me, who's at mid-returnance. The coldness is just too powerful as well. Even I need to be careful, Qing Jingyun grumbled inside. Qing Jingyun grumbled inside as well. She glanced past the domain that enveloped a radius of 100,000 kilometers and immediately charged into the sky. She wanted to break out of the domain. Once she was no longer suppressed by the domain, she would be able to unleash 10% of her strength. Coupled with her secret techniques, she was confident that even if she could not defeat Changyang Mingyue, she would not be forced back like this. Boom. However, when Qing Jingyun was about to charge out of the domain, she seemed to have suddenly slammed into a wall. A muffled sound erupted. She couldn't leave the domain at all. The domain was like a prison. If she didn't break the prison, she couldn't leave at all. Changyang Mingyue aggressively flew over from below. She radiated with a terrifying coldness as she charged toward Qing Jingyun. Qing Jingyun was stern. She raised her head and glanced at Xiongzhong and Gongximing, who were fighting in the sky. She gritted her teeth. Since you don't want me to leave, I'll destroy your domain. With a flip of her hand, Qing Jingyun suddenly took out a whip that was around half a meter long. The whip was forged from an unknown material. It seemed ordinary, but it gave off a pulse that was even more powerful than the ancestral artifacts of the Protector clans, causing the space around the whip to tremble. Soaring Dragon! Qing Jingyun shouted and used a secret technique. She waved the whip in her hand and the half-foot-long whip suddenly grew in the wind. In an instant it became hundreds of feet long. A dazzling green light shot out and covered the snow-white sky. It emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, a dragon's roar rang out in the sky. The whip that shone with azure light suddenly turned into an azure dragon that was several hundred meters long. It had 2 horns on its head and a snake-like body. It had no wings on its back and 4 claws on its abdomen. It soared through the air like it was riding a cloud. It charged toward Changyang Mingyue with a terrifying dragon's might. Changyang Mingyue and Qing Jingyun fought in the sky. Below them, the experts of the 4 races that had gathered on the Tianyuan continent engaged in an intense battle with the army of the foreign world. This time, Xiao Jin did not protect others like last time. Instead, he faced off against a receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints alone. The receival expert had reached late receival, but Xiao Jin's strength had increased from early receival to mid-receival through a violet cloud peach. Coupled with the fact that he was a metallic spirit, born from the world, he possessed a natural advantage in every aspect. Xiao Jin also possessed the 9 godly arts that Xiao Ling had passed on to him. As a result, Xiao Jin was evenly matched with the late Receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints despite his lack of battle experience. Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Gui Haidao also faced off against a Receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints. However, the 3 of them only possessed the battle prowess of a Receival expert because of the Saint artifacts in their hands. Their personal strength was still at the peak of the Holy Emperor, so they were forced to retreat by their opponents. If it were not for the fact that they had once been Origin Realm experts and had gone through countless battles of life and death, they probably would not have been able to last until now. Poseidon kept 2 Receival experts busy all by herself. Although she was still a Receival expert, she had reached the peak of late Receival and was only a step away from returnance. At the same time, Poseidon had lived for over 1,000,000 years. Although she had always existed as a soul, her soul had completely surpassed Receival and reached returnance after being refined for 1,000,000 years. As a result, it was difficult for her to gain the upper hand against 2 experts of the same level as her. A Da, a Air, a San, and a Si had already formed a sword formation. They used their peak Holy Emperor strength to trap a Receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saint. The space where the sword formation was located darkened. All that could be sensed was a brutal, sharp sword chi. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. Even the senses of a returnance expert's soul were unable to penetrate the formation. The war god of the 100 races, Tai Ta, wielded his golden axe as he fought against a Receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints. Although Tai Ta was only a Receival expert, he was completely capable of fighting a returnance expert. As a matter of fact, regular returnance experts were not his opponent, so the Receival expert was heavily injured by a single swing of Tai Ta's axe. He was blown away as blood spurted from his mouth. His body had almost been cleaved in half. Shock filled his face. Mysteries of war, mortal breaker. Tai Ta growled. He shone with golden light and swung his axe a second time like a god of war. The golden axe swung toward the Receival expert with devastating power. The Receival expert was unable to dodge at all. All he could do was raise his huge sword above his head to block the attack. With a boom, the great sword in the Receival expert's hand was cleaved in half by the golden axe. However, the axe did not slow down at all. It continued down from the top of his head, cleaving his body into 2 halves with his forehead as the center. His soul was wiped out. This was the first Origin Realm expert to die in this battle. He had been slain by Tai Ta in just 2 moves. The 49 Holy Emperor's myriad artifact formation also sent out a few ancestral artifacts to keep the remaining Origin Realm experts busy. The other ancestral artifacts began to kill the foreign Holy Emperor that constantly poured out of the tunnel under the Holy Emperor's control. The Battle of the Holy Emperor also began at this moment. It was extremely intense, with people dying at all times. The Holy Emperors of the 4 races all gathered into formations to kill the foreign army. The puppets that had been revived by the Saint artifacts all took part in the battle as well. They fought at the very front, engaging in an intense slaughter against the foreign Holy Emperors. They felt no pain or fear. They were completely machines. Even if they suffered unimaginable injuries, they would continue to fight as long as they were still standing. Even if their bodies were cut in half, they would raise their weapons and slash at their enemies mercilessly as long as their heads were still intact. As time went on, the puppets instead became an army that struck fear into the hearts of Saint Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints. This was because no one would fight as recklessly as the puppets on the battlefield, whether it was the Holy Emperor's army from the world of Forsaken Saints or the experts of the 4 races from the Tian-Yuan continent. Basically all of them would flee the battlefield as soon as they were heavily injured. Very few of them were willing to risk their lives to fight to the death. However, even with that being the case, many Holy Emperors still died on the battlefield. Kea did not directly take part in the battle. Instead, She ordered the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast to deal with a receival expert from the world of forsaken saints. At the same time, she opened the space where the soaring ants were stored. Immediately, a dense swarm of them flew out. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. They filled every corner of the battlefield. Chapter 1536. Gales whistled through the world, sweeping up the sand and dust on the ground, causing the space to turn gray. The loud rumbles from the battle between the numerous experts rang out incessantly, almost merging into one. Waves of violent energy turned into circles of terrifying storms that collided in all directions, producing muffled rumbles. Although the battle had only been going on for a short while, the battlefield was already littered with corpses. Most of the corpses belonged to the four races of the Tian-Yuan continent. Basically all of them were saint rulers and holy emperors. On the other hand, the weakest holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints was no weaker than the holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints. As a result, the number of casualties from the world of forsaken saints was less than a tenth of the casualties from the Tian-Yuan continent. Even the holy emperor would struggle to take part in such an intense battle, let alone the saint rulers. If it were not for the fact that many of the saint rulers and holy emperor possessed the formations that Feng Xiaotian had passed down to them, allowing them to attack and defend, there would probably be even more casualties. However, the appearance of a large group of soaring ants on the battlefield caused quite a commotion. Miserable cries even rang out in all directions, filled with extreme pain. These were the cries of holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints. Their bodies were covered in soaring ants, and their flesh rapidly dissipated as the ants gnawed away at them. Not only did the soaring ants devour their flesh, but even their bones could not escape the fate of being devoured. With a series of bone-chilling noises, the bones were completely devoured by the soaring ants at an unbelievable speed. Not a single bit of them was left behind. Even their souls were not spared. The flesh and blood of the holy emperor possessed powerful vitality and flesh. Basically, every time the soaring ants devoured a holy emperor, they would pulsate visibly. Their strength would rapidly increase as they devoured the holy emperor's flesh and blood. The expressions of the holy emperor's army all changed when they saw the terrifying soaring ant. The soaring ants were extremely difficult to kill. The powerful sword qi and blade qi they used could even carve a bottomless chasm on the Tian-Yuan continent, killing hundreds or even thousands of Class 7 magical beasts. However, such powerful attacks were completely useless before the soaring ant. The terrifying sword qi and blade qi that could easily kill hundreds or thousands of Class 7 magical beasts could not even kill a single Class 6 soaring ant. The soaring ants completely ignored the attacks, passing through them without any resistance. As a matter of fact, even when they used their powerful energies to create powerful barriers and energy armor, the soaring ants could directly ignore them. They could pass through the barriers and energy armor and injure the Holy Emperor's army. The only method the Holy Emperor from the world of forsaken saints had against the soaring ants was to use the sharpness of their weapons to kill them. However, there were just far too many soaring ants. They blotted out the sky and were densely packed together, numbering in the hundreds of millions. It was impossible for them to kill them all if they used this method. At the same time, every time a holy emperor died to the soaring ants, their strength would increase drastically. In just a short while, several dozen peak Class 7 soaring ants had successfully advanced to Class 8 after devouring the flesh and blood of the Holy Emperor. However, these soaring ants were very different from magic beasts. As long as magic beasts reached rank 5, they would possess intelligence that was not weak. However, these soaring ants were like the ferocious beasts of the divine realm. Even if they reached rank 9, they would not possess intelligence. They would only have one instinct. However, this instinct could be led by the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast, so no matter how powerful the soaring ants were, they would follow the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast's orders. Kea could also control the soaring ants due to his special relationship with the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. The number of the Holy Emperor's puppets and the Holy Emperor's puppets rapidly decreased. As the battle continued, the alliance of the four races rapidly weakened, but due to the appearance of the soaring ants, they were still able to match the world of Forsaken Saints for a moment even though they were rapidly weakening. However, Holy Emperors constantly appeared in the tunnel. The balance between the Tian Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints would be broken very soon. Even with the assistance of the soaring ants, they would not be able to maintain the balance for long. After all, there were just far too many Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saint. That world had given birth to over 40 Origin Realm experts, and there were even some at Reciprocity. The number of Holy Emperors was something that the people of the Tian Yuan continent could not imagine. As for the soaring ants, they would not be able to endure the attacks of the Holy Emperors, even if they were at the peak of Class 8, unless Class 9 experts appeared. They could only win through numbers. The soaring ants needed time to devour the flesh and blood of Saint Emperors. During this time, the devoured Saint Emperors would launch a desperate counterattack and kill several hundred, or even several thousand, or even over 10,000 soaring ants. As a result, every time the soaring ants devoured a Saint Emperor, they would lose thousands of Saint Emperors or even more. There were even quite a few Holy Emperors who would decisively give up on their bodies when the soaring ants devoured them. Their souls would flee and disappear into the tunnel, so they were not completely dead. At this moment, a soft and pleasant sound of a zither rang out. It was like celestial music with a mysterious power. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed all the other sounds in the field, as if it was the only sound in the world. The zither possessed an irresistible charm. It passed through all obstructions and reached the ears of everyone present. The four armies were not affected by the zither, but when the zither reached the ears of all the Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints, it took over their minds in a single instance. Almost at the same time, the eyes of all the Holy Emperors became dazed. They were completely defenseless at that moment. "Quick, everyone kill them with everything you've got," the Grand Elder roared. The blood-soaked Grand Elder of Mercenary City bellowed out. His presence skyrocketed as he stabbed out with lightning-like speed. By the time the Saint Emperor returned to his senses, the sword had pierced his forehead, wiping out his soul. The other experts of the four races all reacted as well. They struck out with lightning speed, killing the Holy Emperors who had been affected by the zither music as quickly as possible. Just a single wave of attacks dealt a heavy blow to the Holy Emperor's army. Ouyang Yangwen was trapped by the disc. He could only watch on helplessly. Not only had his strength been sealed up, but he could not even move his body. He was as frustrated as he could be. The only good thing was that no one outside could harm him while he was enveloped by the azure light of the disc. A soul attack. It's a soul attack. How is this possible? There's actually an expert who can use soul attacks here. The 9 receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all revealed drastically different expressions as they cried out. Although people who could use soul attacks had appeared in the history of the world of Forsaken Saints, they were extremely rare. Even across the countless years of history, there were only a handful of them. It had been several tens of thousands of years since someone like that had appeared. Once they did, they would definitely become influential figures because soul attacks were the most difficult to defend against even in the world of Forsaken Saint. It could even be said that there was no way to defend against them. Furthermore, they were shocked to discover that the person playing the guqin in this world was even more powerful. The sound of the guqin could actually affect them, and this was not because it was specifically targeted at them. If it was, they could not guarantee that they could keep their minds intact. After all, in this battle, there was no room for mistakes. Otherwise, they would be doomed eternally. Qing Jingyun was stern as well. She gazed into the distance at Shangguan Mu'er, who sat in the air and played her zither. She wanted to stop her, but all she could do was protect herself from Changyang Mingyue's attacks. She did not have the power to deal with Shangguan Mu. Quick, go to the world of Forsaken Saints and report to the Spirit King. We've underestimated the strength of this world again. We need reinforcements. Get the other 4 elders, Qing Jingyun called out. Qing Jingyun yelled. Her voice was transmitted into the tunnel. Many saint emperors in the tunnel heard her clearly. It's Elder Qing's voice. The expressions of all the holy emperors in the tunnel changed slightly when they heard the voice. Immediately, a few of them turned back as quickly as they could. Chapter 1537. The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast was no longer a fist-sized beast. Instead, it had become a 10-meter-long soaring ant. It flickered with scarlet, orange, and yellow lights as it fought against a receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints. Their battle caused the surroundings to rumble. The receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints became more and more shocked as he fought the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast. He had lived for several tens of thousands of years, so what kind of magical beast had he not seen before? Even if he had not seen one with his own eyes, he had read through countless ancient records in the sacred spirit hall. However, he had never seen such a ferocious beast before. It was actually able to match him, a mid-receival expert, when he was not even a peak saint emperor. Even the ancient records of the sacred spirit hall had not recorded such a powerful magical beast. Furthermore, what shocked him the most was that he had already used all his strength in the battle against the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast. However, he felt that the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast still had some strength left. While fighting, its intelligent eyes would occasionally glance at a woman in the distance. The deafening booms in outer space were extremely intense. They were far more intense than on the Tianyuan continent. Violet and azure light blossomed in the darkness where only specks of starlight could be seen, dyeing the entire sky. An extremely sharp streak of light constantly collided with a ball of black light. The figure of a huge hammer constantly conjured, smashing into the air and erupting with devastating might. It shattered the sky and shattered space, causing terrifying cracks several thousand meters long to appear in the violently shaking space. Jianshan and Xiongzhong, Xiao Ling and Gongxi Ming, the 4 returnance experts, fought in outer space. It was extremely intense, causing space to shatter and the sun and moon to dim. Even the stars in the sky dimmed. In particular, Jianshan and Xiongzhong's battle had reached a white-hot level. A huge white tiger appeared in the empty space. It radiated with a tremendous pressure, as if a beast god had descended. It charged toward Gongxi Ming with an overbearing presence. This white tiger was not a physical entity. Its body was completely condensed from energy, and it looked somewhat illusory. This was the 9 godly arts that Xiao Ling had used. On the other side, Gongxi Ming's expression was solemn. He could sense a threat from the illusory white tiger. This threat was far stronger than Xiao Ling's. He didn't dare to be careless. He held the dragon spear in his hand and stabbed at the illusory white tiger. The spear was unbelievably fast. As the spear stabbed out, the space at the tip of the spear shattered like a mirror. Terrifying energy filled the air, and its might was monstrous. With an ice-cold killing intent, it headed straight for the white tiger's head. Although Gongxi Ming seemed extremely old, with his wrinkles all bunched up, making him seem like an old man about to enter the grave, he was still slightly more powerful than Qing Jingyun. He had basically reached the end of mid-returnance, and was on the verge of breaking through to late returnance. 9 godly arts, heaven and earth seal. At this moment, Xiao Ling extended her hands and with a low cry, the space around Gongxi Ming froze, trapping him within. Even the spear that he had unleashed came to a halt. He was also frozen in place, unable to move. Although the world sealing technique seemed similar to the space freezing technique at sainthood, their power was incomparable. The world sealing technique was one of the 9 secret techniques of the 9 godly art. It had been personally passed down by Mo Tianyun in the past. Any single one of the 9 secret techniques was more powerful than a saint-tier battle skill. Even Xiao Ling, who had reached returnance, possessed unfathomable power when using it. It was unlike Saint Tier battle skills, which were completely useless against Origin Realm experts. The moment Gong Shiming's body froze, the giant white tiger let out an earth-shattering roar and arrived in front of Gong Shiming. It lifted one of its claws up high and pressed down on Gong Shiming like a mountain. This claw carried a mysterious and unfathomable power. When the tiger's claw pressed down, the space seemed to be squeezed by a great force and became extremely heavy. Below, Gong Shiming felt it the most intense. He felt like the claw above him had become a mountain, crushing down with a tremendous might. Not only did it cause his body to become extremely sluggish, but it also caused his body to become sluggish. Moreover, as the tiger claw pressed down, the energy in his body began to stagnate. This stagnation grew stronger as the tiger claw approached, causing Gong Shiming to wonder if the energy in his body would be sealed when the tiger claw pressed down on him. What a powerful ability! First, it immobilized my body and prevented me from moving. Then, it used this white tiger to suppress me. Fortunately, the person who used this ability is not as powerful as me. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss today. Gong Shiming's muddy eyes suddenly shone brightly. They were as dazzling as two torches. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble rang out from Gong Shiming's body. Countless bolts of lightning suddenly shot out from his body, crackling as they flashed. The light was even more bewitching, like a scorching sun, dyeing the entire world white. Under the rampaging bolts of lightning, the power of the 9 godly arts that trapped Gong Shiming suddenly collapsed. Gong Shiming was completely enveloped by a layer of powerful lightning. The tip of his spear turned and stabbed toward the huge claw above him, producing a boom. At the same time, Jianshan's azulate swords erupted with extreme power as well, stabbing into Xiongzhong's chest. The 4-foot-long swords had completely pierced Xiongzhong's body, piercing through his chest and back. Only the hilt remained outside. Jianshan was heavily injured as well. His left shoulder had been struck by Xiongzhong's hammer. Not only had Jianshan's entire left arm been reduced to a bloody mist, but even the left half of his body had begun to crack. It had become a bloody mess. Jianshan and Xiongzhong were similar in strength. Coupled with the fact that the two of them had used their full strength right from the start, trying to kill each other as quickly as possible, the two of them were the most heavily injured. In particular, Xiongzhong's body was wreaked with the power of laws from the way of the sword, causing him extremely heavy injuries. He had already injured his core, so he became slightly weak. Jianshan constantly vomited blood as his face became sheet white. However, his eyes remained as bright as before. He did not seem weak at all. He used his soul to control the Qing Sua sword and stabbed it toward Xiongzhong's forehead. He wanted to end the battle completely. Is Jianshan someone who can't be killed? He's clearly weaker than me, but he's still so lively after taking so many heavy blows from me, Xiongzhong cursed inside. Xiongzhong cursed inside. At this point in the battle, even he could not help but admit that as a mid-returnance expert, he was nowhere near as durable as Jianshan. Chapter 1538. If this continues, I'll definitely be defeated. A gleam of light flickered through Xiongzhong's eyes. He could not help but admit that he had underestimated Jianshan. In terms of strength, he was definitely more powerful than Jianshan, but there was a limit to his strength. It was impossible for him to overwhelm Jianshan. However, Jianshan's recovery was just too great. With the dual recovery of his strength as a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master and his chaotic body, he could recover in an extremely short amount of time, no matter how fatal his wounds were. Even severed limbs could be regrown. Not only did Xiongzhong not possess such great recovery abilities, but the wounds caused by the laws of the sword were unable to heal as well. The more he was injured, the more power he had to use to suppress the power of laws in his wounds, which severely affected his ability to unleash his strength. Compared to Jianshan, who basically healed as he fought, Xiongzhong was obviously at a disadvantage. Xiongzhong tilted his head in an attempt to dodge the Qing Suo sword's strike that was aimed straight at his forehead. At the same time, he already had thoughts of retreating. If the battle continued like this, it was extremely likely that he would die here. However, at this moment, a gleam of light flashed through Jianqin's eyes. He pushed the power of his soul to its limit, using the martial soul force that was created from the fusion of a radiant saint master and fighter. Immediately, a tremendous pressure permeated the surroundings. The pressure did not target the body but the soul. Xiongzhong had never expected Jianqin to possess martial soul force that targeted the soul. Xiongzhong's strength as a late returnance cultivator was completely useless against the martial soul force. He was unable to stop the attack at all, so all his defenses were useless. He could only forcefully endure it with his powerful soul. The martial soul force turned into a ripple in the air, fanning out towards Jianqin. It moved extremely quickly, and when it swept past Xiongzhong, he immediately trembled gently. At that moment, he felt like his soul had been pierced by a needle. Intense pain filled his head, causing him to become dazed. His eyes blanked out for a moment. Jianqin's martial soul force was powerful, known to be able to kill experts of the same level instantly. Even though his soul was as powerful as a returnance expert's, his understanding of martial soul force was still shallow. Coupled with the fact that he had not grasped the secret technique to use martial soul force, he was unable to unleash its true power. As a result, his martial soul force was unable to deal any substantial damage to an Origin Realm expert. It could only affect them at critical moments. As a result, Xiongzhong recovered from the martial soul force attack in an instant. His soul ached, but he was not injured. However, in that short moment, Xiongzhong had lost the opportunity to dodge Qing Suo's sword. Under the control of Jianqin's soul, Qing Suo's sword emitted a resplendent glow as it cut through Xiongzhong's head. Blood immediately splattered into the surroundings with a hint of white. A third of Xiongzhong's head had been cut off. His entire head was dyed red in a single moment, making him seem vicious and terrifying. However, Xiongzhong did not die. The attack had cut off a third of his head, but Xiongzhong had managed to avoid his soul, allowing him to survive. Why, you actually possess a technique that can attack the soul as well? Xiongzhong was shocked as he involuntarily cried out. Jianqin's talent had already shocked him, yet he actually possessed a terrifying ability to attack the soul as well. This caused Xiongzhong's heart to churn. Even though the attack was not enough to harm his soul, it was enough to make him lose focus for a split second. Even though it was just a split second, it was enough to turn the tides of the battle. Xiongzhong had already considered retiring. Now that Jianqin had revealed his martial soul force, he became utterly frightened. Without any hesitation, he immediately abandoned Jianqin and flew toward the tunnel below. Jianqin was enveloped by a layer of milky white light. He did not seem to stop healing at all. When he saw Xiongzhong flee, he immediately pursued him. He wanted to kill Xiongzhong as soon as possible. After all, Xiongzhong was a late returnance expert. There were only 2 of them in the entire world of Forsaken Saint. Killing one of them was enough to deal a heavy blow to the world of Forsaken Saint. However, he was rather weak right now. This was the result of using martial soul force. The power of his soul had been severely depleted, and he had even become dizzy. Even though Xiongzhong was heavily injured, he did not slow down at all. He immediately charged back to the Tian Yuan continent from outer space and fused with space. He appeared outside the domain of the snow goddess as if he had teleported. He glanced at the azure and violet light that grew closer and closer to him. He gritted his teeth and stopped suppressing the power of laws around his wound. Instead, he gathered all the power in his body and swung the hammer in his hand, striking the domain of the snow goddess as hard as he could. Boom! With a great boom, the tough domain of the snow goddess loudly shattered from Xiongzhong's full-powered strike. Changyang Mingyue was connected to the domain of the snow goddess, so she suffered a powerful backlash as soon as the domain shattered. She vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiongzhong did not waste any time at all. He also vomited a mouthful of blood before shooting toward the tunnel enveloped by the domain like an arrow. Jianchen pursued him murderously. Just when Xiongzhong was about to enter the tunnel, he suddenly came to a halt. He stared at the tunnel. 4 figures gradually emerged from the tunnel. They were the other 4 Returnance Elders from the world of Forsaken Saint. Behind them were over a dozen Receival experts. Basically all the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints had come. Only a few of them remained in the world of Forsaken Saints. Elder Xiong, why are you in such a horrible condition? When the 4 Returnance experts discovered Xiongzhong, who was heavily injured and about to flee back to the world of Forsaken Saints, they were all shocked. After all, Xiongzhong was not like Qing Jingyun or Gong Shiming. He was a supreme expert only second to Ouyang Yangwen. When they saw Ouyang Yangwen trapped by the disc, strange expressions immediately appeared on their faces. Was that not the treasure the Spirit King had bestowed upon Kumu? It was used to trap Returnance experts from another world. It was a treasure that belonged to their world of Forsaken Saints, so why had it trapped their greatest elder, Ouyang Yangwen? After all, Xiongzhong was not like Qing Jingyun or Gong Shiming. He was a supreme expert only second to Ouyang Yangwen. We've underestimated the strength of this world. You have to be careful of the person who has comprehended the way of the sword. I'll heal myself, Xiongzhong snorted coldly. Even though he was in a horrible condition and was heavily injured, he refused to accept this. He found it difficult to accept that he had been defeated by someone who had not even reached the Origin Realm. If that's the case, Elder Xiong, please take Elder Ouyang back and let the Spirit King take the treasure. Leave the matters here to the 4 of us, a Returnance Elder said sternly. He looked at Jianchen, who hovered in the air and was surrounded by a layer of milky white light. Jianchen did not continue his pursuit. For more Returnance experts had appeared from the world of Forsaken Saints, which made his face become extremely ugly. Not only was he heavily injured, but his soul had also been exhausted after using martial soul force. His battle prowess had plummeted. It would be rather difficult for him to deal with a single mid-Returnance expert, so how could the Tian Yuan continent stop 4 Returnance experts and over a dozen Receival experts all of a sudden? He's recovering right now. His rate of recovery is extremely shocking, so we can't give him any time to catch his breath. Xiongzhong gritted his teeth and gritted his teeth. He had not lost to Jianchen in his battle against Jianchen because of the wounds from the laws. Instead, he had lost to Jianchen in terms of recovery. If it were not for the fact that Jianchen's recovery rate was extremely shocking and that he seemed to have endless energy, Xiongzhong was confident that he would have been able to kill him already. With that, 2 of the 4 Returnance Elders immediately charged toward Jianchen, while the other 2 charged toward Changyang Mingyue and Tai Ta. The remaining Receival experts also attacked the people of the 4 races without any hesitation. Xiongzhong's gaze landed on Ouyang Yangwen. After hesitating slightly, he waved his hand and trapped a region of space, disappearing into the tunnel with Ouyang Yangwen and the Azure Disk. With the addition of the 4 Returnance experts and over a dozen Receival experts, the balance between the 2 sides was immediately broken. It became a one-sided battle in a single instance, and the 4 races suffered heavy losses in a single clash. Many of their experts died. Changyang Mingyue was still able to maintain the upper hand against Qing Jingyun, but with the addition of the 2nd Returnance expert, the pressure on her immediately increased. She was forced into retreat by the 2 Returnance experts. Tai Ta also engaged in an extremely intense battle with one of the Returnance experts. Although he barely managed to maintain the upper hand, he was unable to deal with the other Returnance experts in a short amount of time. Jianchen was facing the combined attacks of two mid-returnance experts. If he was in peak condition, he would have been able to fend them off, but now it was rather difficult for him to keep a single mid-receival expert busy, so it was even more impossible for him to fend off the two of them. He was suppressed as soon as they began fighting, and after a few exchanges, a huge sword struck his waist. He had almost been cleaved in half. The pleasant sound of a zither drifted through the air. It would be rapid and violent at times and gentle at other times. Shangguan Mu sat in the air as she dealt with the dozen or so receival experts behind her. The sound of the zither seemed to possess an irresistible charm. Its influence on the soul was so great that even the receival experts found it difficult to endure it. All of them were affected by it. However, the receival experts would not just sit there and do nothing. Immediately, 5 of them flew out at the same time, charging toward Shangguan Mu with surging killing intent. The experts from the world of Forsaken Saints paid special attention to people skilled in soul attack. 5 of them moved against her in a single moment. A gleam of light flashed through Shangguan Mu's eyes. She played the zither even more hurriedly. The sound of the zither became high-pitched and seemed to possess an ethereal feeling. Wherever the sound waves passed by, the space around them would ripple. With the change in the sound of the zither, a few of the receival experts immediately felt their heads lighten. The influence of the zither on them had completely vanished. However, the expressions of the 5 receival experts who charged toward Shangguan Mu all changed drastically. At that moment, they felt like the charm of the zither had increased by countless times, causing their souls to shake violently. Even their consciousness became blurry. Their figures that charged toward Shangguan Mu all came to a halt because of this. In just a few seconds, the 5 receival experts completely lost their luster. Their eyes became hollow. Afterward, the 5 of them all turned around and began to violently attack their companions. "Xia Ming, what are you doing? Are you trying to betray us?" "No, the 5 of them have been controlled by the sound of the zither." The receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all cried out. With no other choice, they could only send 5 receival experts to stop their companions. At the same time, 2 receival experts charged toward Shangguan Mu with lightning-like speed. They wanted to stop her from playing the zither and save their companions. It was also at this moment that Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Gui Haidao fell out of the sky with blood spurting from their mouth. They fell into a sea of corpses and did not climb back up. It was unknown whether they were still alive or not. The 3 of them had not reached the origin realm after all. Even with the help of the saint artifacts, they could only temporarily stall for time. As time went on, they were obviously no longer their opponent. Without the 3 of them keeping the zither busy, the 3 receival experts immediately shifted their targets to the 7 ancestral artifacts controlled by the Holy Emperor. They struck out one after another, knocking the ancestral artifacts to the ground. Most of the 49 Holy Emperor wielding the ancestral artifacts were dead, while the survivors were unimaginably injured. Chapter 1539. Under the attacks of the foreign experts, the experts of the 4 races were immediately forced into retreat. They suffered heavy losses in a short amount of time. In particular, the Holy Emperor and the Holy Emperor's puppets were mercilessly slain by the receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. They had basically been wiped out. There were even receival experts who directly attacked the soaring ant. Although the soaring ants had become much stronger after devouring some of the Holy Emperor's flesh, reaching the 8th class, they could only pose a threat to the Holy Emperor. They immediately lost all their advantages against Origin Realm Expert. An Origin Realm Expert extended his hand and condensed a 1,000-meter-long hand from Origin Energy. He grabbed the countless ants viciously and crushed them to pieces with a single squeeze. The soaring ants had lost all their advantages before an Origin Realm Expert. Their innate ability to ignore all energy attacks only seemed to be effective against the Holy Emperor. They were nothing before Origin Energy. Even their tough bodies were as fragile as tofu before an Origin Realm expert. Shangguan Mu used her music to control 5 receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. Under her control, the 5 receival experts all turned to kill their own people, forcing the world of Forsaken Saints to send out another 5 receival experts to stop the controlled experts. This was because the 5 controlled experts could not be awakened at all. An Origin Realm expert charged over from each side of Shangguan Mu with surging killing intent. They unleashed their full strength as soon as they arrived to stop her from playing the zither. Shangguan Mu sat in the air as a chilling light shone from her cold eyes. She stared at the zither of the demonic cry on her knees, as if her entire mind had fused with it. She drifted backwards, dodging the attacks of the 2 receival experts. At that moment, the simple zither of the demonic cry began to produce visible, almost tangible notes as the heavenly enchantress danced her fingers. Every single note possessed terrifying power. Even receival experts needed to be careful when dealing with them. The notes all charged toward the 2 receival experts, who were attacking her from the left and right. They violently collided, erupting with deafening booms. The expressions of the 2 receival experts immediately changed. Their gazes toward Shangguan Mu became filled with shock and sternness. The 2 of them originally thought that Shangguan Mu had reached her limit after controlling the 5 receival experts with her zither, but they had never thought that she would still have the energy to deal with the attacks of the 2 receival experts after controlling the 5 receival experts. Moreover, just these musical notes were enough to force the 2 receival experts to use their full strength. They were unable to approach Shangguan Mu at all. However, what the 2 of them did not know was that when Shangguan Mu used the powerful notes to stop them, a sliver of clarity and struggle appeared in the empty eyes of the 5 receival experts. However, it was drowned out by emptiness and blankness again very soon. Shangguan Mu's way of the zither had already reached an unbelievable level on the Tianyuan continent. In particular, her ability to attack the soul had reached the apex. Any receival expert who had been controlled by her music had no chance of escaping. However, it was very clear that there was a limit to how many receival experts Shangguan Mu could control with her current strength. 5 was her limit, and she could not be disturbed too much, or her control over her music would weaken. Suddenly, a boom rang out. The sword formation that a da, a air, a san, and a sea had created violently shook. A crack had actually appeared in the perfect formation at that moment. With the crack, the blurry figures of the 4 brothers vaguely appeared in the blurry space caused by the formation. Immediately afterwards, a fist-sized ball of light flew out of the crack in the sword formation with lightning speed. A transparent figure could be vaguely seen in the fist-sized ball of light. It flew towards the tunnel nearby in panic. It was an Origin Realm expert from the world of Forsaken Saint. However, only a soul remained. The 4 brothers immediately pursued the fleeing soul of the Origin Realm expert. They surged with killing intent as sword chi surged into the sky. The 4 of them were about to catch up to the soul of the fleeing Origin Realm expert, but at this moment, another Origin Realm expert blocked their path. He stared at them with a sunken face. He replied through the senses of his soul, "I never thought that 4 mere saint emperors would be able to injure my old friend to such an extent that he's even lost his body. Probably even the Spirit King back then couldn't achieve such a glorious feat originally. I admired you, but since the 4 of you almost caused my old friend to die here, I can only take your lives and avenge my old friend's body." With that, a halberd appeared in Ma Feng's hand. It radiated with a terrifying presence. As he swung the halberd, it immediately erupted with a powerful light of killing that enveloped the 4 brothers. Form. The 4 brothers were emotionless. They had already prepared themselves for a bloody battle against all the Origin Realm experts in the world of Forsaken Saints this time. With a single command, the 4 brothers immediately formed a formation again with great teamwork. The 4 of them had practiced this formation for a very long time already, so they were extremely familiar with it. Their movements were smooth and fluid, completing the formation in a single stroke. They blocked Ma Feng's attack. A gleam of light flashed through Ma Feng's eyes. His opinion of the four brothers increased slightly once again. He swung his halberd to engage the four brothers in battle. Xiongzhong had destroyed the domain of the snow goddess. Without the domain, the experts from the world of Forsaken Saints had recovered their peak strength. At the same time, the Tianyuan continent was no longer protected by the domain of the snow goddess. Large swathes of land immediately collapsed from the terrifying shock waves of energy that erupted from the battle. A bottomless chasm of 100,000 kilometers had been reduced to a bottomless chasm. Waves of heat radiated from underground lava. The Tianyuan continent had suffered a crushing defeat. There were just far too many Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. There were even Origin Realm experts who personally killed sainthood experts, causing extremely heavy casualties to the Tianyuan continent. Other than Shaoling, Taita, and Shangguan Mu'er who were fighting in outer space, Jianchen, Shao Jin, Poseidon, and Changyang Mingyue were all heavily injured. The three of them faced the combined attacks of more than one Origin Realm expert, while Poseidon faced three of them alone. On the other hand, Jian Chen and Changyang Mingyue both faced two Returnance experts. One of the four Returnance experts who had come as reinforcements did not even take action. Instead, he stared at Jianchen and Tai Ta with interest. Once the four elders who fought against Jianchen and Tai Ta were defeated, he would immediately take action. However, at this moment, the Returnance expert's face changed. He suddenly looked into the distance, and a sliver of surprise appeared on his face. At the same time, the Origin Realm experts who were slaughtering the sainthood experts on the Tianyuan continent all stopped. They all looked into the distance. All of them were looking in the same direction. Chapter 1540. What's that? A receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints cried out. His face was filled with curiosity and doubt as well as some seriousness. Gradually, similar expressions appeared on the faces of the other receival experts. This was because as the blood-red cloud approached, all of them felt a pressure that came from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, they felt a soul-piercing coldness. The blood-red cloud made the receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints feel threatened. Even the Origin stage practitioner in the sky, who did not participate in the battle, revealed a look of interest at this moment. He stared intently at the rapidly approaching blood cloud as a bright and resplendent divine light shot out from his eyes. It was as if a sharp sword pierced through the blood cloud and allowed him to clearly see the mystery within. At that moment, the blood-red cloud could no longer obstruct the Returnance expert's vision. Under his gaze, an old man in linen robes appeared in the center of the blood-red cloud. He sat in the air as red mist churned around him, forming a boundless blood-red cloud. He rapidly advanced under the cloud. Behind the old man stood a skeleton that was 300 meters tall. It was as large as a hill and stood with the old man in front of it. They formed a stark contrast. The skeleton was completely blood-red, as if it was drenched in blood. It gave off an extremely evil feeling. The tremendous presence that the skeleton gave off had actually reached the receival realm. Our world of Forsaken Saints severely underestimated the strength of this world. Not only do they have more than one Returnance expert, but they also have far more receival experts than we expected. Now, 2 more receival experts have come. The people of this world really are extraordinary. They've actually managed to break through without Origin energy, the elder from the world of Forsaken Saints thought. Even though the strength that the Tianyuan continent had displayed was not weak, it was nowhere near enough to the world of Forsaken Saints. Jianchen fought against 2 mid-Returnance experts in outer space while covered in blood. His wounds had become even more severe. Even with his Class 9, Radiant Saint Master Origin energy and the chaotic body, his recovery was nowhere near as fast as his wounds. If it were not for the fact that he cultivated the chaotic body, he probably would have collapsed long ago. It's Uncle Xiao. I never thought that Uncle Xiao would actually break through. Even though they were in outer space, the blood-red cloud that had appeared on the Tianyuan continent was just far too eye-catching. It attracted Jianxin's attention as soon as possible. He immediately recognized the blood-red cloud. It was condensed from soul-devouring force. Houston's appearance had allowed the Tianyuan continent to gain 2 more Origin Realm experts, but Jianxin did not celebrate at all. Instead, he sighed helplessly inside. The world of Forsaken Saints was just far too powerful. They had several times more receival experts than the Tianyuan continent. Even with Houston's appearance, he could only stop the Origin Realm experts slightly. The Tianyuan continent still had no chance of victory. Even he was at the end of his rope. Only by using his full strength did he manage to keep the 2 mid-returnance experts busy. He used various sword techniques one after another, using everything he had. Now, the only things that Jianxin could use were the fusion of the twin swords and the Anata Tower. The backlash from the fusion of the swords was just too powerful. Even if the Azulite swords would not be destroyed, he would definitely die as soon as he used the fusion of the twin sword. After all, the previous master of the twin swords, a Grand Exalt who stood at the apex of the Immortals world, had died from the backlash of using the fusion of the twin sword. As a result, Jianxin did not dare to underestimate the terrifying backlash. Moreover, even if he used the fusion of the twin swords to kill the 2 mid-receival experts before him or even kill all the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints, the world of Forsaken Saints still had the even more terrifying Spirit King, as well as Xiong Zhong and Ouyang Yangwen, 2 late returnance experts. As for the Anata Tower, it was completely useless in Jianxin's hands aside from being an extremely heavy piece of metal. This was because he was unable to use the tower's power. Even if the Anata Tower blocked the tunnel with its own weight, the world of Forsaken Saints only needed to send a few Origin Realm experts to move the tower. Having lost its artifact spirit, the Anata Tower had gone from a living being to an inanimate object. It's a pity that the artifact spirit refuses to yield to me, Jianxin sighed inside. He felt extremely regretful. Protector Shuei sat on a bed of ice within the Ice Goddess Hall. She was completely covered by a layer of silver-white armor, hiding her appearance. Only her icy cold eyes could be seen. At this moment, she stared in the direction of the death nest deeply and murmured, "What a great formation! It's actually unrestricted by the seal, allowing the person who cultivates the cultivation method of the demon's world to reach the Origin Realm. Mo Tianyun, did you set up so many things in the death nest in order to help the person who cultivates the cultivation method of the demon's world? What are you scheming after expending so much effort to do all this? But no matter what you're scheming, it has nothing to do with me as long as you don't target Her Majesty." Blood-red clouds surged in the sky of the Tianyuan continent, filling the entire region. Houston sat in the clouds and extended a finger to the ground. The huge skeleton behind him immediately strode out of the clouds, appearing before everyone. When the experts of the Tianyuan continent saw the skeleton, they were all shocked. Disbelief filled their faces. They had all entered the death nest to fight for the saint's fruit, so they recognized the skeleton with a single glance. It was the terrifying existence in the depths of the death nest that had slaughtered them to the point of utter defeat. If it were not for the mysterious expert who had intervened in the final moment, many of them probably would not have been able to make it out alive. The skeleton produced a soundless roar and charged toward a receival expert from the world of Forsaken Saints with a huge bone club. At the same time, Houston struck out from within the blood-red cloud. The blood-red cloud that filled the entire sky rapidly shrank, condensing to a size of 10,000 meters. As it shrank, the demonic red light became even more dazzling and resplendent. The pressure that the receival experts felt became greater and greater as well. It was as if the existence of the blood-red cloud could greatly affect them. Suddenly, the blood-red clouds began to churn violently. A huge, ghostly face condensed from the clouds. It opened its vicious mouth and inhaled. Immediately, a tremendous presence appeared. Several dozen holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints were sucked into the ghostly face without being able to put up any resistance at all. With a series of chilling cries, all the holy emperors were corroded at a visible rate. They were reduced to a pool of blood that fused with the ghostly face. After absorbing the blood, the ghostly face, transformed from the blood cloud, seemed to have consumed a great tonic. It quickly solidified and became even more powerful than before. This person is strange. Let's go together and kill him on the spot. We'll obtain his cultivation method. Chapter 1541. The blood-red ghost face had blurry facial features. At this moment, it looked extremely ferocious, like a malicious spirit. It gave people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Accompanied by the blood-red clouds that covered the sky, people couldn't help but feel their heads go numb. Just a glance was enough to make people's hair stand on end. The 3,000-meter-long face suddenly looked at the three receival experts charging over from below with its empty eyes. It opened its huge mouth again and emitted a tremendous suction that enveloped the three receival experts. The suction was extremely terrifying, where even receival experts would struggle to resist it. The three receival experts, who were already charging toward the ghost face at terrifying speeds, immediately sped up when they were pulled in by the suction. The three receival experts from the world of forsaken saints were all stern. When they approached the mouth, a vast and terrifying energy surged out from their bodies, condensing into a suit of energy armor in the blink of an eye. It pulsed with powerful energy while the weapons in their hands shot out several hundred meters of light that stabbed into the ghost face. The ghost face violently trembled after being attacked by the three receival experts. Its entire face became blurry, as if it was about to turn back into a thick, blood-red cloud. At the same time, the three receival experts were sucked into the ghost face's mouth and vanished. Their bodies were enveloped by an extremely dense, blood-red cloud, and they had vanished from everyone's sight. Everything before them had become blood-red. Even with their eyesight, they were unable to see through it. In the blood-red world of the ghost face, a presence that made their souls shiver suddenly appeared, causing the pressure on their hearts to become even heavier. Dense, blood-red mist constantly wrapped around them from all directions. When the mist came in contact with the armor condensed from energy on the surface of their bodies, it immediately produced a series of hissing sounds. Their energy armor began to melt at a visible rate. What tricks are you playing? Do you think you can fend off the three of us with a secret technique? Come out and fight us if you have the guts. A receival expert coldly snorted. A tremendous presence radiated from his body as his voice boomed out like thunder. It formed a visible sound wave that expanded in all directions. With that, he raised the huge sword in his hand. It shone with a scorching light and viciously swung it at the space before him with enough power to destroy the world. A gigantic sword light, hundreds of feet long, broke through the blood mist in front of him and shot forward with irresistible force. Wherever it passed, the surrounding blood mist shook violently and tumbled before finally disappearing at the end of the blood mist. At the same time, the other two receival experts struck out as well. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. Every single strike possessed supreme power, surpassing the limits of what the world could endure. As the three of them struck out together, the blood-red clouds that permeated the blood-red world seemed to become thinner. However, within the blood-red cloud, the energy armor on the three of them was constantly drained away. The mist in the surroundings seemed endless. Even if they could disperse some of it and clear out an empty space, it would immediately fill up again. The mist would constantly corrode their armor whenever it came in contact with the mist. It possessed an extremely powerful corrosive force, so the three of them did not dare to come in direct contact with the mist. All they could do was constantly expend their energy to maintain their armor. The white-haired Houston sat at the very center of the blood-red cloud. The sea of blood around him surged into the sky, producing a deep rumble. His eyes that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life indifferently gazed at the three receival experts who had entered the blood-red cloud. He slowly raised his hand. The moment Houston raised his hand, the blood-red cloud immediately began to violently churn. Vaguely, countless ghosts seemed to emit a chilling howl. Vicious and terrifying faces constantly appeared in the churning cloud. They howled and roared, appearing and disappearing in the cloud. However, Houston did not seem to notice any of this. His eyes remained locked onto the three receival experts. He sat in the blood-red cloud and raised his hand, pointing at the three of them. With that, the blood-red cloud immediately began to violently churn. The ghostly faces that had been indistinct before became extremely clear now. They were completely composed of blood-red mist. They produced chilling howls and roars as they lunged at the three receival experts. There were so many of them that they seemed to be endless. The three receival experts could hear the bone-chilling shriek from very far away. All of them became extremely stern. "Humph, what a trick!" The three of them snorted coldly. They huddled together as caution filled their faces. It was also at this moment that the countless ghostly faces appeared before their eyes. They surged over from all directions, wrapping around the three of them in layers in a single moment. They began to gnaw away at their energy armor. Some of the ghosts even lunged at their heads. The vicious faces condensed from the blood-red mist silently fused with their heads when they came in contact with them. They wormed their way into their souls, causing their expressions to drastically change. They became pain. "Oh no, these things can actually harm the soul," one of them cried out. He directly struck out with his hand, conjuring a huge hand that was several hundred meters wide with origin energy. It crushed several thousand ghostly faces on the spot, causing all the ghosts in the surrounding area to vanish. But in the next moment, even more ghosts lunged over. The ghosts that had been crushed to pieces recondensed in the blood-red cloud after a few seconds, as if they were indestructible. The palm condensed from source energy had become much more illusionary after crushing countless malicious ghosts. This was because countless malicious ghosts had crawled all over the huge palm. Under the bites of these malicious ghosts, the palm rapidly dissipated, while the bloody cloud strengthened bit by bit. The three receival experts were enveloped by a layer of powerful origin energy to prevent the ghosts from entering their souls. The three of them used their full strength to kill countless ghosts, but as soon as they were slain, they would recondense in the next moment. They were unkillable. On the other hand, the origin energy of the three of them was constantly being devoured by the blood-red clouds. It was extremely draining. They wanted to find the caster of the blood-red clouds, but they seemed to have lost their eyes in the clouds. They were blind. They could not sense where the caster was at all. These things can't be killed at all. We've become completely passive in here. We can't continue like this. Retreat. An Origin Realm expert called out. Without any hesitation, the three of them immediately flew out. They could sense that the blood-red cloud was constantly absorbing their energy, becoming more and more powerful. Chapter 1542. The river of blood surged with boundless waves. It connected the sky and the ground, producing endless booms. Vaguely, one could hear the cries and howls of countless ghosts. The three receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints were submerged in the river of blood. They immediately felt a mysterious power fill the river, constantly suppressing their strength. They were unable to use even 50% of their great strength. 50% was not enough for them to protect themselves in the river of blood. Their bodies bobbed up and down in the surging river, as insignificant as a boat in the ocean. They were unable to control themselves at all. In just a few seconds, the barrier condensed from origin energy around the three receival experts shattered in the river of blood. Their bodies were exposed in the river of blood. As the blood came in contact with their bodies, they immediately began to corrode at a visible rate. Their bodies rapidly melted in the river of blood. They were assimilated by the river of blood. Their bodies and origin energy had been converted into the river's energy. This was intolerable pain and torture. The three powerful receival experts all cried out miserably. They were unable to break free from the river of blood. The Returnant's elder who had not taken part in the battle seemed to sense something when he saw that the three receival experts were about to die. He turned his head and stared at the blood-red cloud. A gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes as he murmured to himself, "You're actually able to force an early receival expert and two mid-receival experts into such a state in such a short amount of time as an early receival expert, and it looks like you haven't even used your full strength. I've underestimated you before." With that, he no longer stood by and did nothing. He finally took the initiative to attack. Standing over 10 kilometers away, he directly threw a punch at the blood-red cloud. The punch shattered space. The space in a radius of 3,000 meters around him was reduced to darkness. An extremely terrifying ball of energy tore through space and struck the blood-red cloud over 10 kilometers away. Boom! A deafening boom rang out in the sky. The blood-red cloud began to tremble violently, and then it quickly collapsed. In just a few seconds, the entire blood-red cloud dispersed in the sky, revealing Houston, who had been hiding in the blood-red cloud the entire time. Houston stood in the air as his body violently trembled. A smear of paleness appeared on his face. Not only had the Returnant's expert destroyed his blood-red cloud with a single punch, but he had also become quite injured. After all, he was only at early receival. Although he could kill mid-receival experts with the Empyrean demon arts, he was still not the opponent of Returnant's experts. As the blood-red clouds dispersed, the three receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saints were freed as well. They had avoided death, but a small portion of their bodies had been melted away by the river of blood, so they seemed extremely terrifying. They were bathed in blood and a small portion of their bodies had disappeared. Even their heads had shrunk by a few sizes. Their noses and ears had shrunk. The clouds had already disappeared. "All of you go back and heal," the Returnants coldly said. The Returnants expert said coldly. His eyes remained fixed on Houston the entire time as a strange light flickered in them. "Thank you for your help, Elder Zhang." The three receival experts no longer remained after thanking him. They all returned to the world of Forsaken Saints through the tunnel. Elder Zhang arrived before Houston. His face was cold and emotionless as he looked down at Houston from above. He asked, "What's the name of your cultivation method? It's actually so powerful." "The Empyrean demon arts," Houston said in a deep voice. His face became extremely solemn, and in his hand, an extremely tiny blood spike that was over a meter long suddenly appeared. The blood spike was filled with extremely pure soul-devouring energy as it stabbed towards Elder Zhang like a bolt of lightning. The cultivation method of the Bloodsword sect had originally been modified from the Empyrean demon arts, while the baleful force that the people of the Bloodsword sect cultivated was the soul-devouring force that had been greatly weakened. As a result, the soul-devouring force naturally possessed the characteristics of baleful force, and its strength was unknown. It was many times more powerful. When Houston stabbed out with his blood-red spike, Elder Zhang was affected by the soul-devouring force as well. He actually became momentarily dazed, but he was still a Returnant's expert after all. He was far more powerful than Houston, so he recovered in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the blood-red spike in Houston's hand had already appeared before Elder Zhang's forehead. Elder Zhang's pupils suddenly shrank. At this critical moment, he used his palm to grab the blood spike. At the same time, his figure rapidly retreated, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. However, a bright red bead of blood still appeared between Elder Zhang's eyebrows. The blood spike had already pierced through a layer of skin between his eyebrows, almost piercing through his head. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Elder Zhang's back. Blood constantly dripped from the hand he used to grab the blood-red spike. Even with the protection of origin energy, he was still injured. A soul attack. It's actually a soul attack. What kind of power do you use? It actually has the ability to attack the soul. Elder Zhang was no longer able to remain composed. He cried out in shock as he stared at Houston. But soon after, Elder Zhang's face revealed an excited expression. Before Houston could reply, he immediately said, "Hand over your cultivation method and I'll spare your life." Elder Zhang's voice was filled with eagerness and greed. Houston's cultivation technique was very tempting to him. At this moment, he was even somewhat impatient to obtain such a cultivation technique. This was because the cultivation method was just too heaven-defying. Not only could it easily kill 2 mid-receival experts and 1 early receival expert as an early receival expert, it could even attack the soul. Even returnance experts would be in danger of dying if they were careless. Houston coldly snorted when he heard that Elder Zhang actually wanted his cultivation method. He said, "You have some insight. You know that I only possess such strength because of my extraordinary cultivation method and not because of various secret techniques. However, even if I give you my Empyrean demon arts, you don't have the right to cultivate it." Houston exerted some force with his right hand and pulled the blood-red spike from Elder Zhang's hand. Elder Zhang had originally only held the spike in his hand, so when the spike was pulled out, his hand became injured once again. It became bloody and his entire hand had almost been cut in half. Even though his palm was injured, Elder Zhang didn't seem to feel anything. He sneered, "Since you have the qualifications to cultivate it, I naturally have the qualifications to cultivate it as well. Since you aren't willing to hand it over, I can only personally take it. Even if the cultivation technique isn't with you, I have a method to directly extract it from your Yuan spirit. It's just that it's more troublesome. As for you, your Yuan spirit will collapse and you will die." A frightening light flickered through Elder Zhang's eyes. After witnessing the power of the Empyrean demon arts, he became determined to obtain it. He raised his bloody hand and powerful origin energy surged out, directly slamming it toward Houston. Houston showed no fear. The blood-red spike turned into a streak of red light and stabbed towards Elder Zhang with lightning-like speed. The soul-devouring force that permeated the blood-red spike affected Elder Zhang's soul immediately. With his first experience, Elder Zhang was already prepared. The moment Houston stabbed out with the blood-red spike, he immediately pulled back his hand and retreated in a hurry. As if he had teleported, he appeared several kilometers away in a single moment. The soul-devouring force was unable to affect him at such a distance. At the same time, a 4-meter-long sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed out, shattering space and sending an extremely powerful strand of sword chi towards Houston. The sword chi was just too fast, arriving before Houston in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the sword chi had locked onto Houston's presence, preventing him from dodging. He could only take it head-on. This was a powerful attack from a returnance expert. No matter how heaven-defying Houston's cultivation method was, he was still only at early receival. His face became extremely stern as he faced the terrifying sword chi. The soul-devouring force on the blood-red spike reached its limit before turning into a dazzling streak of red light to receive the huge sword chi. A thumb-sized, blood-red bead hovered above his head. It shone with a red light that enveloped Houston. Boom! With a boom, Houston's blood-red spike collided with the sword chi. The blood-red spike immediately dimmed while the linen cloth on his right arm was ripped apart, reduced to dust. The sword chi from Elder Zhang dimmed slightly after being obstructed by the blood-red spike, but its power was not to be underestimated. It did not slow down at all, colliding with the layer of red light from the Amigami. The Amigami was the famed treasure of the greatest demon monarch of the demon's world, the Empyrean demon monarch. It was an extremely powerful demonic artifact, but using the true power of the demonic artifact required extremely great strength. With Houston's strength at early receival, he probably could not even use 1/100th of the Amigami's power. As a result, the layer of red light from the Amigami only lasted for a few seconds before shattering under the attack of the sword chi. The remaining sword chi broke through the various obstructions and struck Houston's chest. Spurt! Houston opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and there was a terrifying sword wound on his chest. His blood had already dyed his linen clothes red. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand over the Empyrean demon arts or not? If you hand it over, I won't make things difficult for you, but if you don't hand it over, I'll have to waste some effort and directly extract the cultivation method from your soul. You'll end up dead as well." Elder Zhang arrived before Houston. He was in no hurry to take action and ask for the cultivation method again. He was just far too tempted by the Empyrean demon art. Chapter 1543. At this moment, a deafening tiger's roar rang out. A huge, white figure flew over from afar with a tremendous presence. He moved extremely quickly, as if he could pass through space. He could ignore the distance between them, appearing on the battlefield of the Tianyuan continent in the next moment from 10 million kilometers away. No one could clearly see the white figure's speed. Even the returnance experts were no exception. All they saw was a blur before a huge, white figure appeared in the sky. It was a huge white tiger. It was several hundred meters tall, allowing it to hover in the air like a mountain. It gave off a tremendous pressure, causing the surroundings to tremble. Especially on the back of this huge white tiger, there was a pair of huge snow-white wings that were hundreds of feet long. They stretched out between heaven and earth, as if they covered the sky and the sun. With a slight flash, a gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. The white tiger had finally completed the legacy of the beast god Hall. Its strength had increased drastically, allowing it to reach the origin realm. Although it was only at early receival, the tremendous pressure it gave off was enough to shock all the receival experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. At the same time, a gray mist seemed to revolve around the white tiger. It was extremely powerful and gave off a pressing presence of slaughter. The power seemed to belong to the world, surpassing origin energy. It made the eyes of all the returnance experts from the world of Forsaken Saints narrow. Not only had the white tiger reached receival in the beast god hall, but it had also comprehended the truth of life and death. It had comprehended the way of slaughter and grasped the power of laws. "It's the ancient winged tiger!" Cries rang out in the surroundings. The people of the four races were familiar with the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. They were all stunned when they saw the huge, 300-meter-tall white tiger. Suddenly, the white tiger raised its huge head and looked at outer space. It could clearly see the bloody Jianchen being surrounded by two mid-returnance experts. Its eyes immediately shone with a vicious light and became bright red. It radiated with a tremendous killing intent as it produced a deafening roar. It leapt into outer space murderously. The white tiger immediately vanished with that leap. It seemed to be able to move through space, ignoring the distance between them. It appeared in outer space as if it had teleported. It swung its claws and terrifying strands of slaughter enveloped one of the mid-returnance experts like a rain of light. A battle between man and tiger erupted. The mid-returnance experts feared the way of slaughter very much because it was the same as the way of the sword. It was a power of laws, the key to godhood. Normally, only godhood experts could grasp such a power. The white tiger had grasped the way of slaughter. Even though it was only at early receival, its battle prowess was extremely great. It was incomparable to ordinary people. Unless it was an expert who had also grasped the power of laws, no one was its opponent at the same level of cultivation. Coupled with the fact that the mid-returnance expert feared the way of slaughter very much, the two of them were actually evenly matched. The pressure on Jianchen immediately decreased, with the white tiger keeping a mid-returnance expert busy. He immediately used the time to heal. At the same time, he took out a droplet of juice from the amethyst spiritual bamboo and pressed it between his eyebrows with lightning-like speed, recovering his soul. Once he recovered to his peak condition, even two mid-returnance experts working together would not be his opponent. It was also at this moment that Poseidon became heavily injured. Under the combined attacks of the three Origin Realm experts, he was blown away while vomiting blood. The three Origin Realm experts immediately pursued him. They surrounded Poseidon in a triangle and struck out together, causing Poseidon to become covered in blood. His body had suffered unimaginable injuries and began to collapse. At the moment of life and death, Poseidon's soul decisively fled. He used a secret technique, burning the power of his soul in exchange for lightning-like speed. He vanished from the battlefield. With Poseidon's departure, one of the three receival experts immediately charged into the crowd below. He arrived before Kea, who was commanding the soaring ants. Without saying anything, he grabbed Kea and vanished into the distance. Kea was only at the first heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor's strength. He was unable to fight back against an Origin Realm expert at all. However, as Kea was taken away, the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast immediately became restless. It wanted to save Kea, but its opponent kept it busy. It was unable to break free at all. Several million kilometers away from the battlefield was a barren mountain range. However, the entire mountain range was covered in a layer of snow-white snow. Although it was summer and the sun shone brightly in the sky, it was unable to melt the snow. It seemed like the entire world had become a wasteland of ice as far as the eye could see. At this moment, the sound of something passing through the air suddenly rang out. The receival expert had arrived in the snow-covered mountain range with Kea. "What do you want?" Kea coldly stared at the middle-aged man. There was no fear on her face at all. Instead, an iciness gradually radiated from her. However, there was still a sliver of despair in the depths of her eyes. The middle-aged man was covered in blood. Who knew whether it was his blood or Poseidon's? He calmly stared at Kea and said, "I am Protector Shiyang from the world of Forsaken Saints. You don't need to be nervous. I have no intentions of harming you. I just want you to serve me as my master and become my attendant." "Impossible. You can kill me, but it's impossible for me to become your attendant," Kea coldly replied. She was extremely determined. Shiyang smiled. "You don't need to turn me down so quickly. Don't worry, I don't want you to serve me as my attendant. Instead, it's because I value your abilities. Those insects are under your command, and there's even a powerful magical beast that can contend against Origin Realm experts. It must have already accepted you as its master, or it wouldn't have paid attention to you so often when it was fighting against a protector. That's all I value because I need power like that. Now, are you willing to serve me as your master? Don't worry, I won't mistreat you." "In your dreams," Kea coldly replied. She declined without any hesitation. She had already made up her mind. Even if she died here, she would not serve Shiyang as her master. Shiyang frowned slightly when he saw how determined Kea was. He said, "Miss, I originally didn't want to harm you, but if you insist on doing this, I might have to do something that goes against my wishes." Kea became rather pale, but she remained determined. "If that's the case, then kill me. It's impossible for me to accept you as my master." Shiyang's face turned cold. A cold light flickered through his eyes as he said, "Since that's the case, don't blame me. However, since that powerful magical beast has already accepted you as its master, if I kill you, it'll probably regain its freedom even if it doesn't die. It'll be very difficult to subdue it, and that's not something I want to see. However, I just happen to know a puppet technique. I only need to disperse your soul and leave behind a sliver of your soul. I'll use this sliver of soul as a guide to refine you into a puppet. That way, I'll be able to control the insects through the puppet. Although it'll be rather troublesome and there's a certain chance of failure, it's the best method right now. However, what Shi Yang did not know was that the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast did not accept Kea as its master. Instead, it followed Kea willingly. It was basically obedient to Kea, as if they were master and servant. Kea did not know how to control the soaring ants either. They only obeyed Kea's orders because of the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. Kaya paled when she heard that. She staggered backwards unconsciously. As soon as she thought about how Shi Yang wanted to refine a sliver of her soul into a puppet, she shivered. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and struck her forehead viciously. She wanted to end her own life right there and then. She knew that it was impossible for her to flee before an Origin Realm expert. She could only make this choice in order to prevent herself from being refined into a puppet. However, how could Shi Yang just watch Kea commit suicide? He grabbed Kea's hand and said coldly, "You overestimate yourself if you want to commit suicide right before me." With that, Shi Yang extended a finger towards Kea's forehead. His finger was like a sharp blade, piercing through Kea's forehead and into the base of his finger. Blood flowed from Kea's forehead. Kea's face was filled with pain. Shi Yang's finger had pierced through her head and had basically reached her soul. At that moment, Kea's soul was trapped by an invisible force. She could not abandon her body and flee. "I only need a sliver of your soul to refine you into a puppet. You can disperse the rest," said Shi Yang. He gently pressed down on Kea's soul with his finger. Chapter 1544. Am I going to die just like this? Am I going to be reduced to a puppet under someone else's control? As she slowly approached death, Kea felt both liberated and extremely unwilling. Even now, she still held unforgettable feelings for the Kaler tribe that had once raised her. She could never forget her father who had cared for her since she was young. The destruction of the Kaler tribe had always been the greatest pain in Kea's heart. Now that she was about to die, Kea, who had never been able to forget about the Kaler tribe, felt liberated instead. However, she was very unwilling to be reduced to a puppet under someone else's control after her death. However, the difference in strength between her and an Origin Realm expert was just too great. Even though she was unwilling to accept this, she was powerless to change anything. Kea's consciousness became more and more blurry. The intense pain from the collapse of her soul instead became weaker and weaker. Her pain gradually vanished as she walked towards death step by step. Shi Yang became extremely stern. He had obtained the method to create puppets from an ancient text. He had never used it before, so today was his first time trying it out. As a result, he was extremely careful. The speed at which he collapsed Kea's soul was extremely slow as well. He was afraid that he would accidentally cause Kea's soul to completely disperse, leaving behind not a single strand of her soul. If he had the time, Shi Yang would not have refined the puppet in such a hurry. He would have definitely captured a few holy emperors to test it out first, accumulating enough experience and grasping the technique before actually trying it out. However, he did not have the time to slowly test it out right now. He knew that the other protectors and even the elders of the Sacred Spirit Hall would probably notice Kea before long. Once a protector or an elder who was more powerful than him became interested in Kea, he would not be able to contend against them with his strength. As a result, he had moved on Kea in such a hurry. He wanted to refine Kea into a puppet in the shortest amount of time possible so that he could control the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast and the countless soaring ant. Once Kea became his puppet, everything would belong to him. At that time, even if the elders became greedy, there would be nothing for him to fear because the current Spirit King would never allow Origin Realm experts to kill each other. As he collapsed Kea's soul, a strand of Shi Yang's soul entered Kea's sea of consciousness. He used the power of his soul to protect a strand of Kea's soul so that he could refine it into a puppet. However, as soon as Shi Yang's soul entered Kaya's sea of consciousness, he became completely stunned. At that moment, he discovered to his great surprise that although Kaya's soul was not powerful, his sea of consciousness was extremely vast. It was like a boundless universe. It was unbelievably large, as if it was boundless. What is this sea of consciousness? Why is it so large? Shi Yang was completely stunned. He was deeply stunned by the tremendous sea of consciousness. At that moment, he did not feel like he had arrived in a person's sea of consciousness. Instead, he felt like he had arrived in a boundless universe. He had never seen such a vast sea of consciousness before. As a matter of fact, he had never even heard of one before. His soul was actually so insignificant in the sea of consciousness, as if he was an ant in the heavens. At this moment, a dazzling light came from the depths of the sea of consciousness. It spread through the entire sea of consciousness at an unbelievable speed. In just a short moment, the sea of consciousness, which was as vast as the universe, was completely occupied by this intense light. It filled every corner of the sea of consciousness, and the entire sea of consciousness was illuminated like it was daytime. A hazy figure silently appeared within the endless white light. It was slender and illusionary. It was enveloped by a sacred light, such that only a blurry figure could be seen. The figure silently arrived before Shi Yang's soul. It did not do anything, but Shi Yang's soul produced a chilling cry. His soul collapsed in a single moment, turning into pure soul power that fused with the hazy figure. Shi Yang vomited blood as he stood outside the sea of consciousness. His face became extremely pale at that moment, devoid of any color. His face was filled with intense fear. What is that? Shi Yang roared out crazily inside. The hazy figure had actually wiped out a strand of his soul effortlessly. He did not even know how the power of the soul had been wiped out, and even the power of the soul had been completely absorbed. This strange sight filled him with fear. Without any hesitation, Shi Yang immediately turned around and fled. At that moment, he had even lost interest in killing Kaya. The only thought in his head was to flee as quickly as possible, leaving this place as soon as possible. It was also at this moment that Kaya suddenly opened her eyes. Blood oozed from her forehead, but her gaze was extremely terrifying. Just her gaze possessed unbelievable power. Just a single glance was enough to make the space within a radius of 1,000 kilometers collapse. The mountains in that range were reduced to ashes at that moment as well. Only the mountain below Kaya remained. It had become the only mountain in that region. Shi Yang, who had reached the origin realm, was reduced to ashes at that moment as well. He lost consciousness in a single moment. His powerful soul turned into pure soul power that drifted into Kaya's forehead. Under that gaze, an origin realm expert who had surpassed the Holy Emperor had actually died without being able to put up any resistance. Even Shi Yang himself had no idea what had killed him before he died. Shi Yang's body dispersed in the surroundings. There was no corpse, only ashes that drifted down from the sky. It fused with the ashes of the countless mountains in the surroundings. It was no longer possible to tell whether it was Shi Yang's corpse or not. At this moment, Kaya slowly raised her head. She looked at outer space. Under her gaze, the tremendous formation hidden in outer space immediately trembled violently. The powerful formation that had been personally cast down by Protector Shui and secretly cast down by the Ice Goddess from a great distance away actually showed signs of collapsing at that moment. It was as if it could not withstand the gaze. That gaze was simply too powerful. In fact, the life and death of this entire world would be determined by that gaze. The presence of the Ice Goddess, Kaya murmured as she stared at the huge formation. However, in the next moment, her body shook violently, and she almost fell to the ground. The light in her eyes rapidly dimmed as well. I'm too weak. It's not time for me to wake up yet, Kaya murmured. Her voice was extremely weak. She shook violently again before closing her eyes and fainting. At the same time, Protector Shui suddenly opened her eyes. Her cold, emotionless eyes were filled with shock and panic at that moment. Chapter 1545. Who is it who discovered this place and almost caused the formation to collapse? Protector Shui stared at the sky as she stood in the divine hall. She seemed to have fused with the surroundings, but she no longer possessed her composure and confidence as if the entire world was under her control. Instead, she was filled with surprise and shock. With a single movement, Protector Shui appeared in outer space, far away from the Tian Yuan continent. The colossal planet where the Tian Yuan continent resided was only the size of a head in her eyes, because it was just too far away. Protector Shui glanced through the surroundings as she expanded the senses of her soul in an attempt to find some clues. However, she failed to discover anything even after searching for quite some time. She also failed to sense any presence that could cause the formation to collapse in the surroundings. There was not even the slightest pulse of energy that was out of the ordinary. This person shouldn't be in this world. He almost caused the formation to collapse earlier, which means he has already taken action. He has used power that surpasses godhood. The laws here definitely won't allow that kind of power. It'll definitely be rejected by the laws and lead to tremendous ripples. It's impossible for it to be so calm unless that person has reached Grand Prime and can make the laws here tremble. However, even if Grand Primes don't do anything, they'll still cause a large region of space to collapse. However, the space here seems to be fine. It's calm. No Grand Primes have personally come, so that person must still be in the Saints' world right now. I just wonder which great figure discovered this place, and whether they're a friend or foe. In the past, before Her Majesty found the world where Her Majesty had reincarnated, she had asked a few old friends to search for it together. If the expert who just found this place is a friend, there's no need to worry too much, but if they're an enemy... Protector Shui became extremely stern. She silently vanished, and in the next moment, she had crossed a great distance and appeared in a secret room within the Ice Goddess Hall. With a wave of her hand, the door to the room closed with a heavy thud. Protector Shui sat in the center of the room. Immediately, an indescribably tremendous pressure radiated from her. The pressure was countless times more powerful than that of Returnant's expert. If even a sliver of it leaked out, it would cause the world to change and space to shatter. Even the Tian Yuan continent would be reduced to dust. However, in the secret room of the Ice Goddess Hall, the pressure that could even make the world yield was tightly sealed within. It was unable to spread out at all, nor was it able to shake the room at all. Protector Shui was in a daze as a gleam of light shone in her eyes. She constantly formed seals with her hands before her chest, and with each seal, an extremely great power would radiate. The power had completely exceeded the origin realm. It was the supreme power of godhood, or even the peak of godhood. She was trying to divine whether the cultivator from the upper worlds who had discovered this place was a friend or foe. She did not directly divine the identity of this cultivator. She knew that the cultivator from the upper worlds who had discovered this place was very powerful and was not someone she could divine. If she forced herself to do so, not only would she not be able to divine his identity, but she would also suffer an extremely serious backlash. She might even attract the attention of that cultivator. As a result, she completely focused on the side this time. She used some of the information she had gathered to determine the expert's identity and whether they were a friend or foe. This was extremely important to her. It was directly related to the survival of the Snow Goddess, so she could not afford to be careless. The movements of Protector Shui and the terrifying formation that sealed the world did not raise the attention of Jianshan's group or the experts from the world of Forsaken Saint. All of them had no idea what had just happened. Only Fairy Haoyue of the Bright Moon Divine Hall opened her eyes at basically the same time as Protector Shui. She raised her head and stared at the sky. Although she was only a soul, Her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the bright moon divine hall. She saw how the formation was about to collapse at that moment. Fairy Haoyue was also rather stern, but she returned to normal very soon as if nothing had happened. The battle on the Tian Yuan continent was still extremely intense. The numbers of the four races decreased as they suffered extremely heavy casualties. The shockwaves from the battle between so many Holy Emperor experts and even Origin Realm experts had caused extremely heavy damage to the Tian Yuan continent. The entire continent constantly shook as cracks spread out like a spider's web. It was as if the beautiful continent had been divided into regions. The entire continent was no longer complete, having been split into 4 by 4 extremely thick cracks. Jianchen gradually recovered from his wounds in outer space. He gradually gained the upper hand against a mid-returnance expert. Once he completely recovered, killing the mid-returnance expert would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, a powerful strand of sword chi with a chilling killing intent emerged from the spatial tunnel. It transformed into a dragon that soared into the sky, sweeping through space and wreaking havoc in the surroundings. It caused space to collapse and the world to tremble. Its might was so great that it directly suppressed all the experts present, drawing the attention of countless people. They were all extremely shocked. "It's Elder Ouyang! Elder Ouyang has come. I'd like to see how these people endure Elder Ouyang's fury." The experts from the world of Forsaken Saints immediately cried out while the Receival Protectors all let out a sigh of relief. They all knew how powerful Elder Ouyang was. Once he took action, no one in this world would be able to stop him. The white-robed, extremely handsome Ouyang Yangwen walked out of the tunnel at a steady pace. His face was sunken as he radiated with a tremendous presence. Unconcealable fury was present as well. He was the most powerful person below the Spirit King in the world of Forsaken Saint. He was the Grand Elder who ranked first among the 8 Returnance Elders. His status was only below the Spirit King in the world of Forsaken Saint. However, as soon as he had arrived in this world, Jianchen had used a treasure that belonged to the world of Forsaken Saints to trap him. He just happened to be saved by Xiongzhong in the end, so how could the proud Ouyang Yangwen accept this? This was a humiliation to him, a great humiliation that he could not wash away. Chapter 1546. All the people from the world of Forsaken Saints were in high spirits with what Ouyang Yangwen had said. Let alone the Holy Emperor, even the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints felt the same. All of them had blind confidence in Ouyang Yangwen. This was not because Ouyang Yangwen was a noble person but because of his strength. In particular, the Origin Realm Elders and Protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints who had some understanding of Ouyang Yangwen knew just how great his battle prowess was. Although Ouyang Yangwen was only at late returnance, he had gained some vague comprehension of the way of the sword. Although he had not truly grasped the way of the sword like the Spirit King and comprehended the power of laws, it was still extremely impressive. The Protectors and Elders even believed that Ouyang Yangwen possessed the strength to fight against experts who had just reached reciprocity. Jianchen's expression changed slightly in outer space. He suddenly turned his head toward the Tian Yuan continent. Even though the Tian Yuan continent had shrunk countless times in his eyes, he could still see Ouyang Yangwen emerge from the tunnel with a single glance. His face sank. I never thought that Ouyang Yangwen would break free so quickly. The Spirit King must have removed the disc that trapped him, Jianchen thought. He felt that the situation was bad. Even when he was in his peak condition, it would be rather difficult for him to fight Xiongzhong. Ouyang Yangwen's strength was even greater than Xiongzhong's. Even if he was in peak condition, he probably would not be Ouyang Yangwen's opponent, let alone when he was still injured. Suddenly, Ouyang Yangwen struck out. He spread his hand and a finger-sized sword suddenly appeared. It hovered above his palm, and in the next moment, the toothpick-like sword suddenly expanded, becoming a 4-meter-long sword. It shone with a sharp light. Ouyang Yangwen twisted his wrist and gripped the sword tightly. At that moment, the sword immediately erupted with an extremely powerful pulse. Under the pulse of energy, the sky shook and the ground cracked. He took a step forward and his presence suddenly skyrocketed. As he took a step forward, he stabbed out with the sword in his hand with lightning speed. A huge strand of sword qi broke free from the restraints of the sword and shot toward Changyang Mingyue with lightning-like speed, shattering space along the way. Ouyang Yangwen's first target was not Jianchen, but Changyang Mingyue. Changyang Mingyue's clothes were whiter than snow as her snow-white hair fluttered without any wind. Her eyes became extremely stern at that moment. A new ability had appeared in her head. It was the same as the domain of the snow goddess and bind to fate. She had no recollection of the ability before, but it had suddenly appeared in her head. Changyang Mingyue had no time to think. She immediately used the ability that had just appeared in her head. She extended the fingers of her left hand and a strand of snow-white, profound ice qi radiated from them. She quickly drew a circle in front of her, and the circle turned into an ice mirror the moment it was completed. It reflected Ouyang Yangwen standing outside the tunnel and the extremely powerful sword qi that rapidly approached him. When the sword qi and the ice mirror came into contact, the ice mirror suddenly flashed with white light. Silently, a crack appeared on the ice mirror and quickly spread like a spider web. In an instant, it covered the entire ice mirror, and finally, with a crisp sound, it cracked inch by inch. The moment the mirror shattered, Changyang Mingyue grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the strand of sword qi that Ouyang Yangwen had shot out seemed to be repelled. It was reflected back at Ouyang Yangwen, but its power had decreased by half. A gleam of light flashed through Ouyang Yangwen's eyes as a gentle smile appeared on his face. He said, "Interesting. I've never seen a move like this before. It can actually reflect my sword qi." With that, Ouyang Yangwen shot out a second strand of sword qi. It was even more powerful than before. The second strand of sword qi collided with the first, and with a great boom, the first strand of sword qi directly dispersed. However, the second strand of sword qi continued toward Changyang Mingyue without weakening at all. Changyang Mingyue gritted her teeth and used the ice mirror again. However, the mirror failed to reflect the sword qi this time and was shattered. The sword qi passed through Changyang Mingyue's body. Changyang Mingyue vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood as she was blown away. She had suffered extremely heavy injuries. Ouyang Yangwen raised his sword high above his head and immediately shot out a 3,000-meter-long streak of light. It stabbed into the sky, and from afar, it seemed like a huge pillar of light that stood in the sky, shattering space. Pitch-black cracks appeared one by one in the space around the pillar of light before shooting to the side with an unstoppable force, heading toward Tai Ta. Tai Ta's expression also became serious. His aura instantly rose to the peak. The powerful battle will condensed on his body, and did not dissipate. Finally, it formed an illusory battle axe above his head. As he raised the dazzling battle axe in his hand, it immediately merged with the illusory battle axe formed by battle will. Immediately, an even more powerful aura erupted from the golden battle axe. Mysteries of war, destruction. Tai Ta called out as he swung his axe toward Ouyang Yangwen's streak of light with a dazzling golden light. The power of the attack had completely exceeded Tai Ta's personal strength. Even mid-returnance experts would need to treat the attack seriously. Boom! The two attacks collided, immediately erupting with a deafening sound. Terrifying ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings as a storm, spreading out in all directions. The entire region violently shook and distorted. The Tianyuan continent below was struck by the ripples of energy. A large portion of the continent, which had already been split into 4, immediately collapsed, causing a great earthquake that covered the entire continent. Even from 1,000,000 kilometers away, many cities collapsed. However, Ouyang Yangwen's sword qi was not shattered by Tai Ta's attack. A small portion of it remained, forming a 3-meter-long streak of light that shot toward Tai Ta with a resplendent glow. Tai Ta's eyes narrowed. It was already too late for him to counter the sword chi that was inches away. He immediately blocked with his golden axe. With a boom, Tai Ta was blown away by the powerful ripples of energy. Before he could stabilize himself, his left hand immediately shone with a dazzling golden light as he punched at Ouyang Yangwen from afar. He called out, "Mysteries of War, Space-Destroying Netherfist." Chapter 1547. Tai Ta's punch did not have the power to destroy the world, nor did it have a powerful energy wave. It did not even cause a ripple. It gave off the feeling that it was an ordinary person's punch. However, Ouyang Yangwen's eyes narrowed at that moment. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated. The moment he retreated, the space where he had been standing silently collapsed. It was plunged into darkness. Vaguely, there was a terrifying energy wreaking havoc. This energy was invisible to the naked eye, as if it had fused with space itself. Even the senses of the soul would find it difficult to detect. Only when it erupted would one be able to detect it. However, Tai Ta's space-destroying netherfist seemed to have locked onto Ouyang Yangwen's presence. The energy that seemed to have fused with space rapidly charged towards him. Wherever it passed, space collapsed. A cold light flashed through Ouyang Yangwen's eyes. A sliver of anger appeared in his eyes. He could sense that Tai Ta's true strength was not at returnance. To think that he, the greatest elder of the sacred spirit hall, would actually dodge someone who had not even reached returnance. This was unforgivable to him. Ouyang Yangwen suddenly swung out with his sword. Immediately, a sword domain expanded, enveloping the space within a radius of several hundred meters. It seemed to form another domain. The space within the domain trembled gently before collapsing. The entire region was plunged into darkness. The strange power of the Iron Tower Void Annihilation Fist, which seemed to have merged with the void, also dissipated in the collapsing void. At the same time, Ouyang Yangwen did not stop at all. He seemed to have turned into a blur as he shot toward Tai Ta with lightning speed with surging sword chi. He pierced through Tai Ta's chest in a single moment, piercing through his entire body. Spurt! Tai Ta spat out a mouthful of golden blood. An extremely thin wound had appeared on his chest as strands of golden blood flowed out. Ouyang Yangwen's attack was extremely terrifying. Not only did his sword pierce Tai Ta's body, but he had also entered Tai Ta's body as a blur. He passed through Tai Ta's body like a sword, but he only left behind a wound that was only 3 fingers long. Tai Ta's face instantly turned extremely pale. His expression was dispirited. His body swayed a few times in the air before falling from the sky. Ouyang Yangwen did not even glance at Tai Ta. He swung his sword and sent a powerful strand of sword chi toward Xiao Jin. The sword chi cut through Xiao Jin's waist, cleaving him in half. Blood dyed the sky red. Xiao Jin let out a painful shriek. The 2 halves of his body fell from the sky at the same time. Golden blood continued to spray out, causing a golden rain of blood to fall from the sky. In outer space, Changyang Mingyue's chest had been pierced by Ouyang Yangwen's sword chi. Tai Ta had been pierced by Ouyang Yangwen's ability. He had turned into a blur and entered Tai Ta's body before emerging from his back. Tai Ta had suffered an unimaginable injury, and Xiao Jin had been cleaved in half by Ouyang Yangwen's sword. Jianshen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. He was utterly furious as his killing intent skyrocketed. Jianshen roared out furiously and abandoned his mid-origin realm opponent. The azulate swords shone with a dazzling light as they accompanied him. He seemed to have turned into a dazzling sword, charging toward Ouyang Yangwen with killing intent as he illuminated the surroundings with a radiant light. The white tiger worried about Jianshen's safety, so he also abandoned his opponent. He produced a deafening whistle and charged toward Ouyang Yangwen. The 2 mid-returnance experts did not stop them. Instead, they sneered as they stared at Jianshen and the white tiger. With the Grand Elder Ouyang personally taking action, there was nothing that could not be resolved. The two of them could even imagine what would happen to Jianchen and the White Tiger. A cold light appeared in Ouyang Yangwen's eyes when he saw Jianchen. Out of all the Origin Realm experts on the Tian Yuan continent, the only person he hated the most was Jianchen. This was because Jianchen had used the disc to trap him, causing him, the greatest elder of the Sacred Spirit Hall, to make a fool of himself before everyone. He had lost all his dignity, and in the end, he was saved by Xiongzhong, who had always been at odds with him, so he owed Xiongzhong a favor. Although there was no irreconcilable enmity between him and Xiongzhong, they had always been enemies. There had been various small conflicts between them in the past. They were basically like fire and water, yet now, he actually owed Xiongzhong a favor. This was something that Ouyang Yangwen could not accept. I heard from Xiongzhong that your name is Jianchen. You're someone who has comprehended the way of the sword like the Spirit King. I originally wanted to deal with you last, but since you've come to die, I can only fulfill your wish and send you on your way first. Ouyang Yangwen's tone was very light, but it gave off a sinister feeling as if he was facing a venomous snake. He truly wanted to kill Jianchen. It had been many years since he had last felt such killing intent. Ouyang Yangwen's sword suddenly trembled and produced a clanging sound. The tip of the sword constantly trembled, and with a clear thrum, it shot into the sky as a streak of light. Jianchen formed a seal with his hands and the twin swords became several hundred meters long in a single instance. They shone with dazzling light as they intertwined with one another. They violently collided with Ouyang Yangwen's sword with an unstoppable force. Boom! A great boom erupted from the collision, becoming the only sound in the surroundings. It completely drowned out the cries of battle below. A few of the Holy Emperor's heads buzzed from the impact as blood oozed from their ears. The twin swords were knocked back. Jianchen quickly shot over from behind and grabbed the Ziying sword that had been knocked back. He used the light from the sword to protect himself, making him shine like a miniature sun. He resisted the violent shock waves of energy and began to engage in a great battle with Ouyang Yangwen. The two of them engaged in an intense battle in the shattered space. Only flashes of light could be seen from the outside. Fragments of sword chi shot out in all directions like rain. Even though they were in the shattered space, the cracks were unable to harm the two of them at all. As a matter of fact, the cracks did not even affect them. In just a short while, the two of them had already clashed several dozen times. Their battle was earth-shattering, causing the sun and moon to dim. In the end, the two of them passed each other extremely quickly and came to a temporary stop. Droplets of blood splattered in the air. Every single droplet pulsed with powerful energy. Jianchen was covered in blood. He had already gained several vicious and terrifying sword wounds. One of them had even pierced through his entire chest. His right arm was a bloody mess as blood dripped from his entire body. Before him, Jianchen's white robes had been ripped in many places. His beautiful robes were stained with blood as well. However, the blood did not belong to him. Instead, it belonged to Jianchen. Chapter 1548. Jianchen remained silent. He glared at Ouyang Yangwen. His heart was very heavy. He knew that Ouyang Yangwen's words were very reasonable. With his current injuries, it would not be difficult for Ouyang Yangwen to kill him if he used his full strength. He had already used his full strength in his clash with Ouyang Yangwen earlier without holding back at all. However, Ouyang Yangwen was only probing him. If Ouyang Yangwen had used his full strength in the battle earlier, Jianchen might not even have the strength to remain standing right now. Ouyang Yangwen was just too powerful. He was much more powerful than Xiongzhong. At this moment, a deafening roar rang out. The white tiger had already grown to 3 meters in length. Its snow-white sinew was wide open as inscriptions flickered. Every single inscription hid a mysterious and great power. A powerful force of slaughter permeated its claws as it swiped at Ouyang Yangwen with the power to destroy space. The moment the white tiger struck out, Jianshan struck out as well. Even though he was extremely injured, his presence did not weaken at all. He was cold as he shot toward Ouyang Yangwen like a sword radiating with surging sword qi. He knew that the white tiger was not Ouyang Yangwen's opponent, so he needed to save him as soon as possible. Faced with Jianshan and the white tiger's pincer attack, Ouyang Yangwen remained composed. He said with some surprise, "I never thought that there would be two experts who have comprehended laws in this world. It's just a pity that your cultivation is just too low even though you've comprehended laws. As for the tiger, if you could reach returnance, even early returnance, I wouldn't be your opponent. Even some experts who have reached reciprocity wouldn't be able to defeat you. It's just a pity that you're only at early receival." Ouyang Yangwen shook his head in some pity as he looked at the white tiger. Comprehending laws at early reciprocity was already extremely terrifying. At the very least, countless reciprocity experts had appeared in the world of Forsaken Saints over the countless years. There were even quite a few who had reached peak reciprocity. However, the only person who had comprehended laws was the current Spirit King. However, Ouyang Yangwen had to kill such a talented prodigy today. He had already become an enemy, so if he did not eliminate him today, he would become a huge problem once he truly matured in the future. Ouyang Yangwen turned around and struck out with lightning-like speed. The sword in his hand radiated with powerful sword qi, turning into a silver streak of light that stabbed toward the white tiger's claws. The sword clashed with the extremely sharp claws of the tiger, producing the clear sound of metal clashing. The force of slaughter on the white tiger's claws rapidly dispersed when it came in contact with the sword. Although this was the power of laws, the difference between the white tiger and Ouyang Yangwen was just too great. It was no longer enough to pose a threat to Ouyang Yangwen. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger's force of slaughter had been dispersed by Ouyang Yangwen. With a jolt of his sword, a powerful sword qi immediately surged out, landing on the white tiger's claws like a sharp blade. Ding! The white tiger's claws were extremely tough. Not only was the sword qi unable to cut through them, but it even shattered with white sparks, turning into countless stray strands of sword qi that shot off in all directions. Not every part of the white tiger's body was as tough as its claws. His paws were immediately affected by the strands of sword qi, causing them to become bloody. Every single strand of sword qi that struck the white tiger's paws created a hole in the white tiger's body. Some of the strands of sword qi even struck the white tiger's body, immediately disappearing into it. The white tiger trembled and produced a deep roar in pain. At that moment, the siyu on its back suddenly shone with endless light. Countless inscriptions flickered and pulsed, radiating with powerful pulses of energy. Within the endless light, the siyu immediately stood upright, forming a blade that shone like the sun. Profound inscriptions revolved around the siyu. In the end, as the white tiger flipped forward, the blade formed from the siyu on its back immediately slashed towards Ouyang Yangwen with a terrifying presence. The moment the siyu slashed down, a mysterious power immediately expanded and trapped Ouyang Yangwen. Ouyang Yangwen's eyes suddenly narrowed as a smear of shock appeared on his face. At that moment, he discovered that not only had his body been trapped by a mysterious power, but his comprehension of the mysteries of space and his connection with the energy of the world had vanished the moment the white light slashed down. At that moment, he could no longer sense the energy of the world in this world. He could not even control spatial force, as if it had been forcefully severed. What ability is this white tiger using? It's actually so powerful. If it uses this ability against experts of the same level, who can withstand it? Ouyang Yangwen became rather stern. At that moment, heavy killing intent appeared in his eyes as he looked at the white tiger. The more extraordinary the white tiger was, the more he wanted to kill it. Otherwise, once the white tiger matured, He would no longer be its opponent. Ouyang Yangwen's body trembled as his late returnant's strength surged out without holding back. He broke free from the mysterious power in a single instance and stabbed his sword toward the Siyu. Boom! With a great boom, the white tiger was blown away. The Siyu that had fused together separated once again. The endless white light rapidly dispersed and the Siyu dimmed. All the inscriptions had vanished. As the little white tiger flew backward, it spat out blood continuously. Its expression was dispirited and showed signs of weakness. Ouyang Yangwen's body swayed a few times as well. He took a step back uncontrollably before stabbing out with his sword, forcing back Jianchen. Afterwards, he immediately stabbed out a second time, which collided with the Ziying sword. The Ziying sword was immediately knocked away while Ouyang Yangwen used the momentum to stab toward Jianchen's forehead. He wanted to kill Jianchen for good. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. At that critical moment, Qing Sua's sword flew over and collided with Ouyang Yangwen's sword. Jianchen retreated rapidly. Jianchen, today is your doomsday. You will be the first expert I kill in this world. Once I'm done with you, I'll end that white tiger, Ouyang Yangwen said with a feminine voice. He stepped into the air and pursued Jianchen. A sliver of sorrow appeared in Jianchen's eyes. He glanced at the Tianyuan continent below. The Tianyuan continent had suffered a crushing defeat. Tai Ta, Changyang Mingyue, Xiao Jin, and Houston were all heavily injured while Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian had vanished from the battlefield. The returnance expert who had been fighting Tai Ta had turned around to deal with Shangguan Mu, after Tai Ta had retreated from the battlefield. Shangguan Mu was also heavily injured and covered in blood. Aside from Xiao Ling, who had fought Gongxi Ming, all the other Origin Realm experts on the Tianyuan continent were heavily injured. Is the Tianyuan continent heading towards its end just like this? Jianchen murmured. His voice was filled with sorrow. Behind him was his home. If the front lines could not be stopped, his parents, family, friends, and acquaintances would all die. Chapter 1549. Jianchen had no other choice now that he was at the end of his rope. He could only fuse the azulate swords and erupt with devastating power. He could produce the most dazzling light possible and turn the situation around. If he did not do that, the Tianyuan continent would not be able to escape death today. Not only would he die, but his parents, his many relatives in Changyang Prefecture, and Bai Lian and the others in Flame City would all die as well. Although he probably would not be able to endure the powerful backlash from fusing the twin swords and end up in the same fate as the previous master of the swords, he would still die anyway. However, dying like this would allow him to obtain the power to kill Ouyang Yangwen. He would be able to kill Ouyang Yangwen before him, and even have the power to kill all the Origin Realm experts on the Tianyuan continent. He would deal a heavy blow to the world of Forsaken Saints, and buy some time for the Tianyuan continent. Master, don't fuse the twin swords. With your current strength, you won't be able to endure the backlash at all. You'll be wiped out. Master, stop. Master still has the Anata Tower. You can hide in the Anata Tower and let it enter the chaotic streams of space. You can avoid this disaster. Master, don't fuse the twin swords. Master's future is limitless. You can't die here. The sword spirits immediately cried out when they sensed Jianchen's intentions. They were clearly extremely worried. They were undying existences. Although the fusion of the twin swords would not be able to destroy them and would only return them to their weakest state, Jianchen would still die because the backlash was just too powerful. When the twin swords were ranked among the 10 great god artifacts of the Immortals world, even one of the 5 grand exalts of the Immortals world had died from the backlash. Although the twin swords were only immortal artifacts right now and were nowhere near god artifacts, the backlash was still not something Jianchen could endure right now. They didn't want Jianchen to fall here because they could see a corner of Jianchen's future. If Jianchen could grow up smoothly, he would definitely reach an unimaginable height in the future. But now, Jianchen had completely cast aside his own life. The method the sword spirits had told him could indeed allow him to survive, but he would never abandon his family and friends to survive by himself. The azulate swords hovered above Jianchen's head in the form of two huge swords. The tips of the swords pointed towards the sky as they shone with an extremely dazzling azure and violet light, dyeing the entire region violet and azure. At that moment, the blinding light completely eclipsed the sun, becoming the only color in the world. When it shone on the Tianyuan continent, the entire continent was dyed purple and azure. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pulse vaguely appeared. The pulse was so powerful that it caused the entire region of space to tremble. It was as if it possessed the power to split the world apart, causing the world to tremble in fear. The moment the terrifying ripples appeared, the intense battle on the Tianyuan continent came to a halt. Everyone stared at the sky that was enveloped by the azure and violet light in shock. The ripples made all of them shiver from the depths of their souls, as if they were facing the end of the world. Xiao Ling and Gong Shiming could not help but stop as well. They stared at Jianchen in shock. Ouyang Yangwen's handsome, slightly feminine face suddenly changed at that moment. He became extremely stern as a smear of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. He was the first person Jianchen wanted to kill, so he felt the pulse the most. The terrifying pulse actually made him feel like he was about to die. The azulate swords had not fused yet. They were only showing signs of fusing right now. A complete fusion would still require some time, but even with that being the case, the power they erupted with was enough to make people shiver. At the beginning of chaos, yin and yang were split from chaotic force. The sword spirits of the azulate swords were originally spirits born from yin and yang qi. If they fused, the yin and yang would fuse and return to chaos. This chaos was true chaos. It was the most powerful energy at the beginning of the world. It was not something Jianchen's impure chaotic force could compare to. The Ziying sword and the Qing Suo sword gradually fused together. Slivers of supreme yin force and supreme yang force radiated from them. When they came into contact from time to time, they would immediately erupt with devastating pulses. During the process of fusing, the two swords erupted with more and more power. They crushed through space, causing the space around Jianchen to sink into eternal darkness. The space there had already shattered and collapsed, unable to fuse together for a very long time. Jianchen clenched his teeth as the veins on his forehead bulged. His entire body trembled violently. He had fused the two swords before, but that time, he had only fused 2 strands of sword qi. The price was that his saint weapon, the light wind sword, had shattered, and he had suffered extremely heavy injuries. Due to his previous experience, Jianchen believed that the fusion of the two swords would be extremely easy. It should be no different from the first fusion. However, when he fused the two swords a second time, he suddenly discovered that fusing them to the level of immortal artifacts was not a simple matter. This was because the closer the two swords were to each other, the greater the resistance would become. It basically increased several times in the end, making it extremely difficult for Jianchen to fuse the two swords. This was because the current azulate swords were no longer the sword spirits of the past. Even though that was the case, Jianchen continued to grit his teeth and endure. Determination filled his eyes. He had to fuse the two swords and kill Ouyang Yangwen. The Ziying sword and Qing Suo sword both resonated clearly as if they were howling in pain. As the two swords drew closer and closer, tiny cracks appeared on the swords. They spread in all directions, causing more and more cracks to appear. The fusion of the two swords was just too powerful. Even though the sword spirits had not completely recovered, the power from the fusion was still not something that mere immortal tier swords could endure. Ouyang Yangwen no longer remained as composed as before. He stared at Jianchen with an ugly expression. He could clearly sense that death was rapidly approaching him. This feeling made him shiver. However, when he wanted to stop Jianchen, he discovered in shock that he was unable to approach Jianchen anymore. The pressure around Jianchen was just too powerful. It destroyed the surrounding space and prevented him from approaching. Run! At this moment, a thought that even he did not dare to imagine appeared in Ouyang Yangwen's head, and that was to flee. At that moment, he no longer cared about his dignity and dignity. The terrifying pulses had already filled him with fear. Now that his life was in danger, he abandoned his dignity without any hesitation. He no longer cared about how embarrassing it would be. He immediately turned around and fled. The other Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints no longer dared to stay any longer when they saw the Grand Elder flee in panic. They stared at the terrifying pulses in the sky in fear and all abandoned their opponents, flying toward the tunnel as quickly as they could. However, just as they approached the spatial passageway and were about to step in without hesitation, the terrifying pressure in the sky suddenly disappeared in an instant. The purple and green light that covered the sky also disappeared in an instant, and the world returned to normal once again. Jianchen was sheet white in outer space. He vomited a mouthful of blood, which turned into a bloody mist. His fusion of the two swords had failed. The sudden change caused all the Origin Realm experts who were about to enter the tunnel to come to a halt. They all looked at the sky in doubt. When they saw Jianchen's current state, they became stunned. Ouyang Yangwen was stunned as well, but he returned to his senses soon after. His face immediately paled.